welcome back. A short break it was indeed. FBI Tugboat Cute Noob. Cute Noob, we just saw a relatively one-sided matchup, but it was the 8 seed versus the 1 seed, the Franklin High. Then Franklin High, they're going to be moving on into the next one. Now, we have another competition coming right up hot for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit spicy as well, it being the 2nd seed and the 7th seed, and that's going to be Chatsworth versus VHTPA, and they are the Monarchs versus the Chancellors. As we mentioned, Chatsworth being that number 2 seed, and they are looking to fight against Franklin High. So are we surprised? Probably not.
Yeah. Again, like the on paper, right?
Yeah.
We got to sit down with Coach Cooper over here, who said there's a long storied history between those two teams, but not going to be that easy. They're going to have to go through these Monarchs here and first. Now, they have been ready, right? I saw some eyes of the tiger here as I got to sit down and talk with these players just a little bit. We got Quentin, we got Damon, we got Carlos making up the VHTPA Monarchs. I think it might be easier for us just to say Monarchs from here on.
Monarchs.
So the 5 letters, right? Yeah. Yeah.
That's a long one. Go Monarchs. Do we have any Monarchs fans in the chat or in the
chat?
Yeah, there you go. In the chat. IRL. There you go. We have a lot. Okay. All right. Do we have any Chatsworth fans in
any
here?
Chancellors fans? Let's hear you now. I hear some
there's
from
some.
back there.
Yeah. There's a couple. Okay. So I'm going to need that hype throughout this match because there's nothing like hearing the crowd cheer for you. It just gives you that extra adrenaline. For me, it's the caffeine. But for these players, it's going to be the gameplay and the cheering and the vibes from the fans. Like you mentioned, Monarchs, very freshly new team. Shout out to their coach, who is actually not a teacher, but is in IT. So understands the dynamic of what it is to grow up in technology and esports itself.
Yeah, and still very much supportive, helping with the after-school program here for the Monarchs. Now, that is, again, Coach Michael. Absolutely love the support that these people are going to be giving some of our young Scholastic esports players. So, without further ado, top on into the bracket and look to see exactly what is at stake here for the Monarchs and the Chancellors. Now, Marshall Barristers. Yes, Marshall Barristers going to punch their ticket on in. Bernstein Dragons, unfortunately, we did not get to see them up on broadcast, but the match went down regardless. This is going to be a tough one here. A tough one here for the Monarchs taking on the Chancellors. Best of 7, so like we just saw, Cute Noob, they're going to have plenty of opportunity to make this series go their way.
They will. And with that, let's not debate. Let's not talk anymore. It's all about getting right into the match. Tip of the point. Hey, nobody's ball quite yet. Who is going to be in control? And it's the Monarchs for just a slight second.
It's a slight second. Now Chatsworth trying to get something going cheeky and early. Speaking of Chatsworth, go ahead and mention them. We talked about Coach Cooper there that we got to sit down and talk with. 3 years plus within their esports program. But let's talk about those taking the field right now. That is Zen, that is Julian, that is Marco, and that is Caden here. Now, obviously, 3 players in Rocket League team. They have the 4th right there. You might see some swaps. That is obviously perfectly legal within this LAUSD competition.
That is really cool. You have 4 players, and you get to have subs going in. That is really, really nice. I wonder how they're going to handle the amount of time played, maybe halftime potentially. That's really interesting, and I would love to keep note of that. Maybe we can get like a little sneak peek of who's swapping in when they're swapping in, just to see what goes down. But hey, already 1 minute into the match and no goal scored yet.
No goal scored quite yet. I gotta say, Chatsworth, these Chancellors came out, tried to pass to Kreese. That early goals were on the docket. A fantastic shot. And it's going to happen a lot harder than it is just to say it out loud. A fantastic connection. This one comes off the rebounding backboard, and the Monarchs just don't collect it and clear it afterwards.
The attempt was there, but the attempt failed, unfortunately. Hey, 3 minutes and 50 seconds still remaining. The chance is there, and the Monarchs, they are definitely giving Chatsworth a little bit of trouble, causing them delays. Another bounce, and hey, there is that ding.
There you go. There's the crossbar sounds as Chatsworth finds a demo on their way out to a transition to a defensive play. Another one is taking it. Oh my goodness! The Chancellors, it has to eclipse 100%, folks. And this series is starting to get spicy already.
Oh, please give it to us. This is exactly what we wanted. when they say esports casters, I say those close moments is what we live for.
Absolutely.
And that is exactly what we are getting. Monarchs, they said, yeah, we're brand new. Doesn't mean we don't bring it, though.
This after-school program obviously teaching them right as the Monarchs offense looking to tie this one up here early. A miss clear, a fantastic shot. The Monarchs tie this one up, the 2 seed versus the 7 seed. And I will tell you guys which one's which because it's hard to tell.
We don't even know. Oh my goodness. Chatsworth, they had a player there ready to defend, but the backup, the rotation was so good there by the Monarchs. They get the first touch on the ball once again, and it's an even matchup on all senses.
It really, really is. We can take a look at some of the stats, and we'll break those down after the game here, folks. But shots attempted, not that much different. A time of possession, not that different. As we know in Rocket League, if you're just possessing the ball for the vast majority of the time, well, that's time that your opponents are not going to be able to go forth and score. They say in Rocket League, best defense, very, very good offense. Shot to the left side right now as a trio of Monarchs actually meet for the effort on this one. The clear does come. A shot down bottom, but it's picked up, sent back the other way as Chatsworth is doing a fantastic job transitioning defense into offense, I gotta say.
I'm loving this back and forth, and I wish I had more information on the Monarchs because, oh my goodness, what a wonderful team to see come out of nowhere. Zero information on, and they are keeping up with the number 2 seed, a team that has been in competition time after time. And they are giving him so much trouble.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Hey, it's an endurance play, and with players that participate in plenty of traditional sports, basketball, you know there's a little bit of running in that one. How about cross country? Again, it's endurance. It's a physical play, and it's another defensive stop by the Monarchs. Oh, a ping pong play across the middle. This connects like 3 different players here at the very end, but hey, you can't measure the difference between these two teams very easily. It is a slim pickings as we have 96 seconds left and only a 1-score difference here.
I would like to request Teacher Ma to come up to our desk and tell us what degree that was, because that was some angle right there.
The math teacher, we need it. We need it.
Oh, so great. A minute still left and a denial 2 on the goal just to make sure the Monarchs don't get scored once again. And you were talking about longevity, right? And how, hey, that running that distance, it's about, just like Jesse Wuji said, the lasting. How are you lasting in here? How much are you persevering? And so far, the Monarchs, they are fighting for their life as 1 minute remains.
And that's the thing. This is a single elimination tournament, Cute Noob. Here, it is all wins all the time, all gas, 0 breaks. You tap that, you take that cruise control off to continue the metaphor. You're gonna feel it in results. Now, 1-score difference remains. That is almost picked up and teed off on by Chatsworth. Back down bottom into the corner here is Chatsworth continuing just to try and take possession out of corner, but that's a lot easier said than done.
It is indeed, as we see bright and glowing on our screens. 30 seconds left. Monarchs, they don't want to take this L right off the bat, and they are going to be fighting. But possession of the ball is becoming a little bit more difficult. Rotation comes through. They are moving the ball forward, but it's the defense of Chatsworth that's denying everything.
Another score right here is going to put it down. That's the insurance goal purchase, and it is a Herculean task in front of the VHTPA Monarchs to score not once but twice in 9 seconds, Cute Noob, and that's again just to tie it up.
Very nice game. Very nice first match. The time is ticking. The ball gets thrown.
Yep, that's it.
And as soon as it hits the ground, it will make sure that Chatsworth shows exactly why they are the number 2 seed in this league.
Yeah, that's fair. A 2-score difference right here, but a 2 seed, 7 seed again on paper. We know how this one goes. Big shout out to the Monarchs showing up and really putting a fighting fist forward against these Chancellor squads.
Yeah, so good and so excited. And can I get a cheer from the crowd? Let's go, Monarchs!
There you go, there you go. Hey, we got a couple more people filing on in here at the Beehive. Told us 1,000 people to expect. 1,000 people across the competition here today. The celebration of esports down here in Southern California. And this is East
Los Angeles.
East Los Angeles?
I don't.
This is?
I'm bad
100%
with
sure?
maps. Don't ask me
Gotcha.
that.
I'm from Vegas, folks. I'm from Vegas. Sorry, I don't know these things. Taking a look at some of your competitors on the stage right here. We talked about this a little bit earlier, Cute Noob. The lights, the sounds, the pressure that comes along with live competition. This is not something that is easily it's not replicable. You cannot recreate situations like this and the amount of pressure and the effects that it has on players from your house. It's just impossible.
Yeah, and the fact that they're doing it and they're so hyped
Yep.
and they are performing, that is the really, really impressive part. But can the Monarchs come back after that? I mean, they...
Only two scores. Only two scores.
And also to know that it's against a very, very high-level team, it gives you that extra boat of confidence as we go into series number 2.
Yes, so game number 2 right here of this best of 7. Shot across. Chatsworth almost gets it done early. It's only one score, but an early one. This just does do great things for the mental, really, right? We're just talking about kind of the pressure that comes really between your ears when it comes to land competitions. A fantastic demo. That was a great job from Chatsworth reading that one out here, right? So they realize this is going to get a perfect angle in an open net. Hey, just take it out. The best block is to simply make sure that that player isn't there anymore.
Can they maintain it? And it's going to be a reject. Monarch said, not today, not in my goal. The rejection is there, but the setup, all 3 players of the Monarchs so are in the same rotation here.
Yeah. And they've also just been boost starved until we see 63 there. I believe that's Damien, not 100% sure. Now, nice save. This is definitely lined up and going in. The Monarchs beat a hasty retreat way too early. This was only a single player back. They had 3 players in good either passing or assisting positions right there. You just needed one to go forth and make a play.
Maybe it's that fear of knowing that the previous match, they did tend to over-rotate, but it's going to be a steal of a ball for the Monarchs and just launches it from half court.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We'll count that for 3 points in basketball, 1 in Rocket League. We know what that's going to count for, though, Cute Noob. That's going to count for a Monarchs lead for the first time in this series.
So surprising to see that ball just being swapped forward. And I think with that, Monarchs could take that momentum to go forth. But how is Chatsworth going to respond? We saw how Franklin responded. Every time they got a goal scored, they right away scored on their part. Can Chatsworth do the same here?
That's the question. There was only 1 score for the Monarchs in game number 1. Just 3 scores along the other way, so obviously a W right there. But a difference here is another Chatsworth defensive performance. Takes the stage, almost everything in a bag of chips there. Call that a combo here and a full, well-scored meal. That's another kind of series of misses between a couple different players right there. Kind of expected somebody to pick that one up.
Yeah, oh man. Still fighting for possession of the ball. Monarchs send it scurrying halfway. It's going to be another lob from the mid and rejection off the bat from Chatsworth.
It's a lead for the Monarchs, so nobody tell them. They're still getting in the offense. They're still trying to rack up more points.
One's not enough.
No, it isn't.
It's never enough, Tug.
Down bottom, no possession there. 50 lost by Chatsworth. And another miss right here. Really want to try and get on top of this and turn this into offensive pressure. There's not a huge clear, and once again, Chatsworth keeps this in their offensive side of this pitch. This will be decently centered. You got to play this. That's dangerous. Got to get up to it. There's nobody from the Chancellors there. Crossbar and out, down, low.
Monarchs just getting a little bit too greedy, and almost it looks like you can feel and sense the panic of like, oh no, they're in the red zone. This is bad for us. You see 2 of their players in the goalie just kind of waiting, sensing, anticipating, instead of being a little bit more aggressive there.
You're 100% right, Cute Noob. 100% right. That's kind of that panic situation, sort of what I was talking about earlier. You wait to make a decision. That decision will make you, and that's going to be a tied ball game here between the Monarchs and the Chancellors. Back pass. Really bold plays right here, but that's an absolute clinic getting put on, and the defensive block. Where's the follow-up? Down low, and Chatsworth turns 1 into 2, and a lead gained at 99 seconds left.
Oh, Monarchs needed a little bit of rotation, maybe repositioning there from their teammates. But to now, you're facing, we were once upon a time leading, and now we're on a deficit. How do we adjust to this? And it's like you were saying earlier, you got to make the decision for yourself. You've got to be more aggressive. You also got to go for those risky plays, because sometimes in life you can be complacent, but it's when you make that almost life-changing decision that's going to really come back and benefit you in the end.
The philosophical statements here from Cute Noob. I love it. I love it. A one-score difference. We remain here, but I have to agree with the core of what you were saying. Like, if you're the Monarchs, do not change your game plan, right? If anything, you need to get a little bit more aggressive because there's been so many opportunities where if you just take in the gap, you just seize the gap right there and just get there a quarter of a second earlier. There was at least 2 open net situations so far, right? Like, and these are high-level players, so that's at least 2 like gimme goals, right? 2 points just easily on the board. You don't have to do that much of from where they were at. You don't have to do that much to have recreated success there. But now here comes an offense.
Oh. We have an announcement here from LAUSD.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everybody, lunch is ready. So if you have not gotten your lunch, please grab your lunch where you got your breakfast earlier. Thank you.
Once again, folks, that's lunch coming in here. If your bellies are empty, well, here's your opportunity to make them full as we had 20 seconds left here. We're doing Chatsworth in the TPA Monarchs. They're in defense. That's a good clear. Got us into way down, but you have to have a player on the other side to pick this up. Now it's just going to be a passing play here, and once again, Chatsworth is just playing against the sand in the hourglass. Cute Noob, that is time.
Oh, a little bit of trouble. Ball control. It can't hit the ground. It does not quite make it. Chatsworth, they take the lead within the second half and then are able to maintain it for the rest of game number 2. But the Monarchs, they showed some really good stuff.
They did. I think that was 8 shots attempted there from Chatsworth, 6 on the other side right there as I try to do a little bit of quick math. So that really does not equal out into some like massive difference. Obviously in score, we only saw 1 score difference, but also doesn't equal out into some like massive time of possession difference here. This is not something the Chancellors are just running away with by any means.
Yeah, I think what I saw from the Monarchs was the fact that they started playing scared.
Yep.
They started playing into the game of their opponent. I don't know if it was because they noticed that they were able to reposition more quickly or they just were not communicating as well. But I think you can definitely see when Monarchs were playing into the hands of Chatsworth.
Yep. 100%. There was one team that was pulling their offensive game plan onto this pitch the last 100 seconds or so when I started to like first mention that, but also kind of just like the last half of this game. And that's what we've talked about all day long here, Cute Noob. You have to play to the whistle. You have to finish this one out and take it the distance, because especially when you see a 1-score difference, this was be attainable the entire time here. Now, this is not the map that we'll be playing on, I promise, guys. Wait, right?
This is the map we're going to be playing on. And it's going. Yep. All right. Monarchs versus Chatsworth Esports. So this is game number 3.
Game number 3 is we have each about 25 seconds onto this one. We decided to kick a little old school, I guess. Let's see how this one goes. Hey, it's even. It's the same makeup on the both sides, so I guess it's even, right? We'll rock with it. 35 seconds into this one. No scores on boards quite yet. No real offensive opportunities quite yet either.
So you're telling me that this is an OG map?
This is not exactly what you would call competitive, like a competitive map.
Okay.
Yes, this is more of one of your fun ones. Yes, more of original. I'm waiting to get confirmed. This is actually like what we're going with.
Well, Chatsworth in control of the ball. I could see how this could be a little bit more off-roading.
Yeah.
But you know what? These Rocket League players, they're ready to go.
Hey, maybe it was they that selected it. Maybe it was little coaches parlay between the two. They agreed to it. They can go for it. Now play whatever they want. What do I know? 90 seconds into this one, no scores on boards. We do have a single shot here attempted again. I believe this is Zen that we're staring down the barrel of as of right now. The Chatsworth Chancellor is there. A dual effort on the defensive block, and now it's just trying to get this one out of the corner. Talk about safe corner as well. You can look at this map.
Yeah, nothing on this map looks safe. I'm going to be real. I don't know what's going on here.
Does not
Even
like
me.
it. YouTube says she does not like it.
I don't know. Okay, don't take my word for it. I don't play too much. It looks like the boosts are everywhere too, which makes it that much more complicated. Like they're so spread out.
Sure. It's a much bigger map, yes. It's a much bigger map, yes. Sorry, I feel like I'm being too negative about the map. Excuse
No,
me.
that's okay.
2 minutes into this one. Offensive opportunity there from the Chancellors. We see a trio of Monarch players just kind of waiting in the wings, ready to make a play.
Well, as we look at this new map, and of course we have a back and forth happening here from Monarchs and Chatsworth. There is, and I think it kind of applies to life, right? A lot of esports can be related to everyday life, and it's about, hey, you got to adapt to what's thrown at you, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You get a map that you're maybe not so comfortable with. Is that what do you make out of it? You can sit here and is that
Fantastic block. How about like a cross-pitch shot? That's what the Monarchs are making out of this one.
That's a great one. If it would have gone in, and there's so much rejecting happening here. The attempts are there. They're trying to go for the scores, but Monarchs are just doing such a great job at repositioning and really picking up the gameplay that Chatsworth's dropping here.
That's fair. That's fair. Another one. Another rejection right there, right? Reminds me of my time in high school.
Oh, no. We won't talk about that. We'll move forward with the fact that there's going to be a lot of adapting, and this is skills that these kids are going to be taking into their everyday life, into their real life, is how can they take the situation that they're maybe not so comfortable with, and they are able to make the best out of it.
Yeah. I mean, right now, we're looking at two teams that are trying their best, but even so, new challenge thrown at them. Nobody's with scores quite yet. Not without shot attempts. I believe that's 6 or so right now from Chatsworth. That might be enough, and it is. Chatsworth finally breaks the tie and comes out on top.
We need to keep a counter of what game takes the longest to have a goal scored.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so far, this is what, 3 minutes and 48 seconds? Am I doing that math right? Yeah, 3 minutes 48 is the longest, longest goal, right? Not distance-wise, but time-wise, right?
Right. I'm picking up what you're dropping down, but are the Monarchs going to give this match up? There's still a minute remaining. They have enough time. Can they come up with a strategy? And it's instead going to be the demo coming in from Chatsworth.
So Chatsworth comes in. One player takes the ball away from their own teammate. The other one goes for a demo and then hits the third player. It's almost like some Larry, Moe, and Curly stuff right there, right?
I don't know who Larry Moe Curly is. I'm sorry.
Stooges.
Got it.
But hey, still with the lead. They can employ this, and you can say however you want about it. Chatsworth takes it back the other way. A bouncing ball that's hard to get to, and a second goal. The insurance goal has been purchased for Chatsworth Charter.
It took long to get the first one, but the second one very quickly secured here. Monarchs, they need to, I mean, what can they do, right? At this point, 20 seconds left on the board. This is the third match, so they either need to hunker down, okay, or do that. Yeah.
Exactly.
7-second goal.
Yeah, hey, and 13 seconds, that's plenty to get it done. But, okay, so you asked me how it done. Really, the answer is this. They need to dedicate a single player hitting the ball, and the other two need to pick up as much boost as possible.
Okay.
Because what you need to do is keep this ball aloft as long as possible. That's the first. The other two did not go for boost. Maybe picking up corners. Now they have to get on top of it and transition this into a big clear really, really early. This is passed into the open field. If this touches again after that, this game 3 will be done. Got to get under it, and does, but that's too high until the assist comes in from the Chatsworth squad. Since it's way farther back, this is dangerous. Oh my God!
They did it!
It happens at the last second. The volleyball situations comes into play, and it's our first overtime here for the Game On Esports Championship and iDream Showcase.
All right, so not only was that the longest time it took to get a goal, but also the 2 quickest goals that we got in.
Yes, it was.
Or at least it feels like it.
Yep.
I might be wrong, but now we go into OT. Please explain OT for some of us.
Just sudden death right here. One and done. Whoever takes it will take down this map. If it's the Monarchs, they'll come back. Oh, no! Broken axles on the pitch here, Cute Noob. No decision made on the defensive stop. And I believe that is Marco. No, excuse me. Yeah, I believe that's Marco on the other side, getting it in for Chatsworth. It's a 3-2 victory here for Chatsworth in overtime, and another one-score difference. This is hands down the closest match we've seen so far today.
And the crowd, also shout out to the crowd.
Oh,
they
yeah.
have been so involved. We love it. We appreciate you. If you're in the crowd and you're cheering, go for it. Yes. This is your stage. You do you.
Absolutely.
But on top of that, yes, coming back to your point, being so close, I feel like that's part of life. You're like going for your goal, and just something comes along your way, and you're like, darn, I just needed 10 seconds of it.
All
And
right. Yeah, so we're going to get a little bit of an exhibition done here for game number 3. This was a fun one. It was a tied game. It went into overtime, but that game is not going to count. We're going to play the first official map of these of this best of 7 here coming up in just a little bit. We just want to give you guys a little exhibition while you're eating, right?
Yay!
Dinner and a show, lunch and a show. There you go. There you go.
All right, well, I bet you're happy.
Absolutely.
Because you
I
were
had
like,
a fantastic time.
What is that map?
It is not exactly a competitively made map. Let's say that, Cute Dude. Yes.
So we're going to take it to
Yes.
an actual map.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's not waste time. The players are ready. They're loading in, and we are ready for the actual map number 3. That means that Monarchs, they still have a shot. Well, they still have a shot regardless.
Yep.
But that means that last map we don't have to worry about. If you're sweating in the crowd, don't sweat. Everything's okay. And we will be able to get this third map. And they are so close. It's like 1 goal off, 2 goals off. All they need to do is hone in and be aggressive. That's all I want to see. And some more demolitions.
Lock in, as the kids say. Yes, lock in and blow up. There you go. The demos play. Wow, it's a Monarch defense already as they're doing their best brick wall impersonation, Cute Noob.
I would not recommend that. IRL, don't do that. Do not walk into brick walls. They hurt. It's dangerous, but in here you can do it, yes.
The virtual Rocket League pitch. Yes, again, folks. No IRL there. Oh, tripped up, and actually some fantastic physical play right there. The Chatsworth Chancellor is trying to get this going early and just kind of put this defense off center, right? So what they do by hitting in the back right there, especially because if you hit in the front, you're basically just slowing them down for about half a second. When you hit in the back, you're essentially forcing them to go forth and then do like the swerving momentums, right? So you're completely hitting them at like a 100-degree angle and flipping them all the way around, right? That is almost the same thing as getting a demo because you're taking them out of the action for almost the same amount of time.
So what Tugboat's saying, for all of us that are not that in-depth into, never mind, let's just focus on the fact that Chatsworth just got a goal.
Fantastic
And it
stuff.
is by, just like you were saying, the forcing of misposition from Monarchs. Forcing them to believe that either they're going to give up the ball control or that they're rotating in a way to force them, to cause them to defense with them, to rotate with them in that sense. And that's exactly where we saw Chatsworth be able to capitalize on Monarchs. And are they going to do it again?
Nasty.
Yes, indeed.
Nasty shot. Believe that Zen coming on out of here. The Chatsworth chances. Let's take a look at this one again. Burning every little bit of boost to get there and manipulate their car acrobatically. Up in the air, aerially. That's the word I was looking for. They're Cute Noob to get the perfect little position. And again, it doesn't always have to be this 100-mile-an-hour screamer inside there, right? Just put it to where those defenders cannot take it.
In a way, Rocket League does include a little bit of math, if you think about it.
The geometry, right?
Yes, the geometry, exactly. It's knowing the angles and okay. Well,
Wow.
I mean, if you're up in the sky and you shoot the ball down, of course it's going to go into the goal, right?
Trigonometry, what comes up must come down. I'm not 100% sure. I am
Don't
not
focus on that.
your Coach Ma, right? I am not the math teacher here. Don't turn to me for that kind of advice. Game 3 here, though, it looks like Chatsworth, the Chancellors here, Cute Noob. It looks like they figured it out because this is the largest lead. Oh, not Game 3. Yeah, this is Game 3 right now. Excuse me. Because it looks like, right, we haven't seen a score difference this large so far, and we've not seen the Monarchs not able to put a single score in 2 minutes yet either.
I'm not counting them out just quite yet. Thank you, Monarchs. We saw a demo there happen, but what are you going to do with those 3 seconds is the real question.
Such is the question. See, if you're taking demos and you're not doing anything else with it, then essentially all you're doing is putting your opponent in an ideal defensive position, and you're giving them a third of the tank, right? Like, if they're completely out and you just bump them away for a second or two, that is arguably better in a lot of different situations at the higher levels here, Cute Noob. They put... Oh, so close, so close. Basically, if you're bumping players and you're taking medic vision for a couple of seconds and they have no boost, then fantastic. If you're demoing them and you're trying to get something going on offensively afterwards, then what happens, you're literally just putting them in a fantastic position and giving them boost. But a 4th score here in about 2.5 minutes. This is tough breaks and bad looks for the VHTPA Monarchs as they're going to try and claw their way back in the second half of this game.
A big, tall order. We've seen them score 2 back-to-back in a very quick matter of seconds. They just need to hone in, like we said earlier, lock in and find that groove. Get in that state flow, or flow state.
The flow state, yes ma'am. Off the bottom now, this is Monarchs. They were talking about trying to work on some of their pinch plays as well. I believe that was them. And that was an attempt off the bottom inside, and another defensive effort by the Chatsworth Charter.
Timing is everything, and you will continue to hear me say that because it really is. Your angle and your timing is going to be the dictator of whether you are successful or not in this game.
Picked up and given, and Monarchs seizing control of that one. Maybe just call that word the backwards pass as Chatsworth picked it up immediately afterwards. Now, cleared ball to the left corner. This is dangerous. Oh, off the side post there. You heard the noise, people. Courtesy of us, a week ago or so? That update's rather new.
Was it when the game went down for a minute?
Yes.
Because then it was last week. It was like a couple days ago.
Everybody was casting. Like every other Rocket League caster I know, as well as myself. I was actually casting with the WSSCA, right?
Yeah.
Or IEN, one of the two of them. And like literally everybody was casting at that point.
Oh my goodness, that was, they got robbed. I'm sorry, Chatsworth, that was a steal. The game officially stole your goal there. But continuing to steal it is the Monarchs. The defense comes in. Where are the teammates though? Is this player asking? No one's there to capitalize on anything that's happening here. Monarchs falling behind.
Fair statement. Another shot, attempted pinch, gets to that one, and the Monarchs put on their own defensive effort. Effort though it may be, Cute Noob, that is not going to be enough to come back from a 4-score deficit, now sub-single-digit seconds. Chatsworth, for the first time in this series, manages to shut out the Monarchs.
And indeed, as the ball... Wait, are we securing a last-minute goal? And yes, indeed, that brings us up to 5, the highest number that we have seen Chatsworth Monarchs do.
Well, we haven't even seen more than 4 total scores in any of these games, including, of course, our overtime exhibition on the more unique map, we'll call it. FBI Tugboat, Cute Noob, bringing you guys the action. This is, pedal to the metal. This is the Monarchs' last chance here. 4th game in this best of 7. It was a 1-3, a 1-2, a 2-2, or 2-3 barn burner in overtime. There was an exhibition, of course, for that 3rd game, the 3rd official game, going 0-5. The biggest difference we've seen in this series so far.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm a little bit concerned here. And if you are a Monarch fan, you should be concerned as well. Because not only are the numbers dwindling in our favor, but they're rising in the favor of your opponents. Yep. And that kind of leads me to believe either A, our team is either losing some steam, so they should probably go get lunch, or B, we need to hear the crowd cheer more because they don't have enough energy.
That's a good point.
They need to borrow it from the crowd.
Absolutely. Monarchs fans in the crowd, let's hear you because they need you to help out your squad. Bring this one back from the brink. Reverse sweep. Are we calling it? Are we calling it here on the desk here?
I don't want to call it because there's such thing as a caster curse.
That's true.
Oh, we got the Monarchs.
There you go. I heard some of y'all love it. Love it. Now, for your Chatsworth Chancellor fans who wants a clean 4-0 sweep, Let's hear you out there in the crowd as you lend your ears, your voices, to the Chatsworth Chancellors. They try to put it down in 4 right here.
No.
No, nothing?
You know what? I'm going to blame the lunch.
Full mouths, full mouths.
Yeah. I'll blame the lunch. The lunch is doing you guys justice. Oh, okay. We have the Monarch chart.
There you
so
go.
I need Chatsworth fans to come in here and try to rival that. I don't know. I just feel like it's necessary. But nonetheless, the numbers are looking great, and the players are also looking great on the side of Chatsworth. Monarch are trying to reverse sweep. We're not calling it because we don't want the caster curse, but we wouldn't be opposed to it, is what I'm saying.
Hey, extra Rocket League between 2 fantastic scholastic organizations competing at a fine land. Yeah, that's something I'm about, Cute Noob. At the end of the day, we heard the Monarchs call earlier. How about every score? We hear a little bit more of that, folks. Maybe coming in here in a little bit as well. That's a good clear from Chatsworth. They should be able to start their own offense. It's a passing play that does nothing but reach the corner.
A little bounds. The rotation comes in, but 2 of Monarch's defense already in position. And we are seeing a little more aggression here happening from the Monarchs, which is really wonderful to see.
Pick up the side boost. Second player in the rotation takes the offensive stance, but it's a bare clear and a save, actually, coming out early from Chatsworth. They're starting to ruck up the numbers already. Actually lost it right here. Connects forward, and we had to see a Chatsworth player dive, put everything into just getting to that ball.
That's a complete clear into the half court, but straight into the hands of Chatsworth. Another wide clear and a pushback here from Monarchs. The time is dwindling. It's going down, and the Monarchs look. They smell the goal, but it's Chatsworth going, not today.
Not today, or at least not early. Inside! There you go, Monarchs. Let's hear your fans yet again as the Monarchs take the lead. Not for the first time in this series. And what I love about this, Cute Noob, is every single Monarchs player touched the ball in the 2 seconds before this. You have to include every member on your team because teamwork, as we know, makes the dream work.
Yes, indeed. And we've seen, I don't want to get us too hyped here. Monarchs have scored before, but they need to continue to score. So we need the same amount of pressure, the same amount of teamwork, as you said, to make it work. And indeed, that is the second one brought to you by the Monarchs.
How about a 2-0 here? We saw the V8 TPA, the Monarchs go up 1-0 earlier. How about 2? Somebody call Allstate. That's an insurance goal right there. 2-0 and early. 1 goal for every minute eclipsed in this game number 4. And as we mentioned, Cute Noob, this could not have come at a better time, right?
It could not do or be out. And nobody wants to be out. Not in a tournament. Not in front of all your fans. I mean, when you have your tia, tío, cousin, all of the above out here cheering for you, you're like, I want to make sure I go and win this.
Don't want to lose even a single game in front of the squad, in front of the fam, in front of the fans, in front of your friends. None of that is good. Fantastic stuff. And it's the 3rd effort yet again here for the Chatsworth Chancellors. And it is indicative of teams that are firing on all cylinders, Cute Noob. There are teams that are working together so well with each other. When you have to go forth and utilize every player on your team just to get a goal like that is not going to come easily the next 2.5 minutes.
It will not. Chatsworth, wait, what?
I said it was going to happen easily. Maybe a little bit of that curse right there. Easy pickup right off a kickoff right here as well, as that's a fantastic job. They did not have a lot of boost. They didn't even really have great positioning, Cute Noob. They still turned that one into a point.
I blinked and it happened, all right? I'm going to be real, so I hope you guys didn't blink. Don't be blinking.
There you go.
2:30, and we have the chants going on in the crowd. The vibes have been set. Monarchs are flowing with the energy of their fans. Can they score another one? And yes, indeed, in less than 10 seconds.
The fan boost is real, folks. The biggest lead, for the Monarchs have been attained. They did 1 earlier. They did 2 in this game. How about 3? How's that taste?
I mean, I hope that it tastes better than the lunch.
Got to. Gotcha. I mean, especially given at the time, right? Could not have come at a better time. Down 3-0. If a reverse sweep is going to happen, Cube, it's going to have to start in Game 4.
Anything is possible when you have cars flying and a soccer ball.
That's true.
I didn't make the rules. Someone else did.
Flying car soccer is adhered to, all physics paid attention to. As realistic as you get, folks. A bouncing ball cleared to the left side as Chatsworth tried to pick this up now from the corner. That's a pretty decent angle, and it's going to be demo plays to the rotation actually cut a little bit, and the third player is there as Chatsworth simply respects those rotations. It's not only going to be one solo primary striker here, Cute Noob. It's always going to be a team effort.
It is indeed. And very nice corner hit, corner bounce to get into that goalie. Chatsworth said, all right, break time's over. Let's lock in. We're ready to go. Let's see if we can tie this up. I mean, they must be able to if they are already repositioning into the aggressive half. A bounce and make that a 3 here for Chatsworth.
2 back-to-back. This was the Monarchs on a solid little run earlier here to have accumulated their 3-score lead. Well, that has dwindled down to just a one and done. About 90 seconds, minute and a half left here in this game number 4. Now, if it goes the way of the Monarchs, obviously, we'll get a little bit extra Rocket League. If Chatsworth is able to take this, that's aggression. Nicely done here. I believe that is Marco sending this one to the corner and passing it down.
Okay, we do have the defensive Monarch, tries to send it to half, but it's the deflection of Chatsworth, gets the ball into the goalie red zone, and with the help of his teammate,
Fourth
makes
shot.
this even.
Yeah, fourth shot right there, and second goal. Like you said, 2 of these coming from the same player. I believe that's Zin or Julian getting those ones in, Cute Noob. We have a tie ball game and a lot of held breaths in the crowd.
Oh, this is so intense. 1 minute to go. This is do or be out for Monarchs. They have lost the last 3. This is the 4th. If they want to continue in this tournament, they must secure this and continue climbing the mountain that is Chatsworth.
Oh, here's some crowds, here's some gasp, here's some held breaths again. There's that shot rang in there, Cute Noob. 4-4. You do see a categorical shift in the Monarchs game plan, though. They're always keeping one player back, and I mean, thereby kind of handcuffing their offensive opportunity. They made they may be cool with taking it to overtime. Me, personally, I'm going to try and do this in regular time here as Chatsworth has a couple players set up right outside their goal. Oh, okay, so despite the fans, despite the crowd, despite the chance here, this is the Monarchs that have given up 3 in a row.
Monarchs are gonna be down to the last seconds. The crowd is cheering. You hear the fans chanting. They need to take this energy and put it into this last 16 seconds. It's going to be on the positioning. It's going to be on the boost. It's going to be how are you going to take the ball away from Chatsworth, who now has full control of it.
We already saw a ball held aloft at 000 to keep this dream alive. Back to the outside and can't. Oh my goodness. Oh, you saw. I believe that was Carlos over there for the VHTPA Monarchs. It was literally a nose away from keeping this ball aloft and keeping the dream alive. Nonetheless, a 5-4 game in game number 4, and it's gonna be a sweep, close as it may have been there, Cute Noob, for Chatsworth. We see all kinds of fans all across this field, and let's put a hand together here for you guys coming on out and supporting all kind of classic esports endeavors. FBI Tugboat Cute Noob. What a fantastic match right here. Yes, it was a 4-0 sweep. It did not feel like it at all.
It did not. And let's give an extra shout out to the Monarchs, not only the players, the coaches, but also the fans. They were the real energy for the squad, and so exciting. We talked about it at the beginning. This is a team that we had little to no knowledge of. They're freshly built. They're just coming out and trying out their hand. And hey, I'm gonna say they do not look like a new team.
Yeah.
They look like they've been working, they've been putting in them hours, and you know what? Maybe they just need a little bit more competition under their belts, and that's what's going to build them into a better and bigger team. And they went up against the Titan number 2, someone that's expected to be in our grand finals. So we're not surprised whatsoever, and I think that they put up a great fight and they showed what they got, and that's the best that you can do at a tournament like this.
I think we did not confirm this with Coach Michael over here, the fantastic individual that has dedicated his own time to the after-school program over there at BHTPA. But at the end of the day, when you tell me the esports program is 3 months old, I can probably tell you that team has not gone to a whole lot of LAN competitions, right? There's just like a lot of time of experience there where the lights, the sounds, the fans, the crowds, the chants, everything else like that. It's a lot of pressure, and the simple fact is the 2 seed, 7 seed, you know what that means on paper, right? Yes, it was a 4-0 sweep. Yes, every single one of these games was outside of the game 3, right? I was thinking about the exhibition that we did kind of right there. Outside of that third game, that third map right there, there was obviously 5-0 sweep. Nothing great to say about that. Everything else was a 1-score difference, right? We saw overtime situations, we saw overtime capabilities, we saw last-second scores as well. This is a fantastic Monarch squad who will return to competitions just like this one.
Yep. And with that, of course, we want to thank everyone who is here. If you have not already gone lunch, make sure you get some food in your tummy. You know, it's very important to make sure you're still awake. We have so much more going on. There's so many hands-on activities that you can take a part of. MSI is here, Logitech. We have some dodgeball, VR dodgeball. Did you see that?
I did.
That is insane. We also have some OG arcade machines in the next building next door. There's so many panels. So make sure that you guys are exploring and being a part of this opportunity, not only for yourselves, but also for your kids.
It is a festival of esports here today at Sola Beehive here in Southern California. FBI Tugboat, Cute Noob, we'll be back with you guys in a little bit. Again, be sure to go forth, get a little bit of food, get your bellies full. We got some fantastic Rocket League coming after this.
have a mic, and TA will have a mic. That way, if they kind of hand it over, we can. All right. All right, everybody. How's your morning going? Woo! It's okay. I don't expect to hear you that much because you probably have a sandwich that you're munching on, so that's okay. No big deal. Man, the energy in this place is amazing. Amazing. So great to see you guys. Just enjoying your time. The competition, I mean, our shoutcasters, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down on the competition. You guys have seen a lot of competition, right? Big thumbs up, hey, from the pros, right? Amazing, amazing. All right, so before we go any further, we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our amazing sponsors who helped us make this such a special experience for all of our kids. Your generous support and dedication to creating fun, hands-on learning opportunities means so much to us. Special thank you to Coursera for Business, Power Technologies, Multimaker, and Infosys Foundation USA for providing our delicious breakfast and lunch. Thanks, Infosys. Great people out there. Your support really does make a difference. So big round of applause for all of our sponsors here. Thank you. Thank you. So we have something very special for you. These are called life-changing stories. We all know that in esports, in gaming, in technology, there's different entries. These things really make a difference in people's lives. So I'd like to welcome to the stage right now Abraham Kim, Ellie Bunyam, Dr. Chie Kitayama, and Leonardo Perez. Come on up, guys. Let's talk. All right, just grab the mic there.
Hello?
We should be on.
Hello? Yes, we are on.
Okay, so we wanted to really just kind of talk to you guys. You all have some special stories about, you know, where you are, where technology has taken you, where esports has taken you. So please give us like a quick introduction of who you are and a little bit about kind of where you are right now.
Hello. Hello, I'm Ellie Byun. I'm currently a writer for video games, and I've been in the game industry for over 10 years, doing all sorts of things from quality assurance to production, project management, and now writing. Something that I think is really interesting is coming into games. I always loved games growing up as a kid, but I didn't really know what kind of careers were available. And back then, esports wasn't a huge thing. Yeah. It was really difficult. Even the internet wasn't what it is now. It was really difficult to actually understand or know where you could actually participate if you wanted to work in video games. So back then, I really thought the only job opportunities were art and coding, so development. But as I went into college and I got to understand the field a little bit better, I realized that it has such a diverse job type within games itself. So I think that, you know, even if you think that maybe art or coding is not for you, there's so much more to games. Even just looking around here, there are amazing people like the shoutcasters. That's a whole career. They have the production. If you are good at computers, there's people who are just into the camera work, just the IT aspect of it. You know, there's these so many layers to video game production that isn't just actually coding and doing art for the games. And one of those things, for example, is where I am, which is writing. And sometimes writing could be something like a story, but other times writing might just be the name of a move, a special move that you use, the name of the cars that you use in Rocket League. Those are all aspects of writing that someone needs to do. And it's not going to be someone who's coding, right? So there usually there's all these different facets to the gaming industry, which I think a lot of people don't know about. So I hope that people take the opportunity to look around just here and maybe get some inspiration and ideas for what they might want to take into their future careers.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, there are a ton of other careers that are connected to technology, to esports, and you like you said, you don't just have to be a coder. And I know I've worked with the technical crew. Just everybody there pretty much has a passion for gaming too, and they love being in it. And our shoutcasters over there, you don't have to wave every time I say our shoutcasters. That's okay. But you know, they also have a passion for gaming, and they are connected to it, but they are not actually game design, which is or coding, right? So great. There are other careers out there. This woman right next to you looks very familiar to you, and I think you guys share a last name, right? So who is this?
This is my mother. She has always been super, you know, encouraging of my passion for games. She actually held the high score for Miss Pac-Man at her local arcade when she was younger too.
I didn't know this. Wow. Shout out to Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, so I think when she saw that I loved games, especially during the time when I was younger, a lot of parents would kind of be like, oh, why are you playing games? You should study. But I think she kind of saw something in that, and she saw people around her who were successful in games and just encouraged me to pursue it and to allow me to enjoy video games and to allow me to explore my passions. And that's how I've been working in this field for 10 years. So
Awesome. And the fine young lady here, Dr. K, that we know and love.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Chie Kitayama, and people call me Dr. K because it's easier to pronounce, but I am very proud mother of Ellie right here. And, and actually, she's the one who inspired me to go further into creating esports courses or esports team in our district. Because during pandemic, I actually saw what she was doing and how she enjoyed her career within that. So during pandemic, we had some grant to create something to connect students with school. So I asked her, hey, if you were to go back to high school, if you were to take a course, if you were to do something, what would you do? So she really inspired me to think about, Mom, there's a variety of a career path for our students. It's not just about computer science, math. There's a lot of opportunities. So that's how we create an esports course for high school and middle school. And then with that, we actually create a first team in our community of schools. At the time, it was a Koreatown Pico Union Community of Schools. We have Ms. Shalom Kim right there. She was our first coach and teacher. And then we create a team. And then during pandemic, the team got together after school at our center. We call it Esports Arena. And that's how we began. And we have two of the students. These are the first esports team students who participated 3 years ago. They went on to the competition, esports competition, and now they're college students. I asked them to come back and also share their stories. So I'm going to turn it over to Abraham.
Hello.
All right, so welcome. So tell us your name.
My name is Abraham Kim. I am second year of college. When I grew up by playing video games, it was really fun, and I was thinking I should join esports. And it was a KTPU. I joined the first esports, and I learned a lot of stuff about esports and friends and communicate, and I really loved it. I want to keep going, but I have stuff to do. But it's really fun. You guys should definitely join. Thank you.
Well, before you go, shout out your college.
Oh, but I go college, LACC.
Nice. Awesome. And tell us your name.
My name is Leonardo Perez. So what's the question again? I forgot.
Well, tell us, Leonardo. Tell us about esports. Tell us how you got involved.
Okay. So how I started my esport career was like back in middle school, where I was just playing with my friend, Clash Royale, Clash of Clan, which is like, to have fun, and also Fortnite. Like, like we used to play like every single day back in middle school. Ooh.
So, kind of a question for these two guys. So we heard from Ellie that she got, she's now in the gaming and esports business. So do you guys see it as a potential career opportunity, something for you to actually work on and be employed in? Or is this just still this really fun hobby that you guys like to do?
For me, currently I'm just playing Teamfight Tactic to play competitive, like to hopefully one day to play in a tournament, so I can like meet a fan like I really want to meet in doing the Macau, which is a Teamfight Tactic event.
Awesome. And Abraham?
I would say both, because when you go outside, there's a lot of people you can meet. You can communicate with the people, and you get to know a lot of things that you didn't. Other people just wanted to stay home, do nothing, but going to esports is really gonna help you a lot. Life change.
Awesome. You know, I, I I feel like we're really in the infancy of esports and gaming right now. I feel like we're just getting started, and there will really be more and more careers open to creative writing majors, computer science majors, history majors like myself. Maybe there's hope for us yet to be in esports. But with that, I'd really like to thank our panel for coming. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. All right. Look at that. That is great. I love the gaming chairs too. You know, I've known Dr. Kitayama for a really long time, almost 15 years, and really she's been passionate at every level that she's been as a teacher, as an administrator, and now a director in the Division of Instruction. And so it's really nice to have people who are passionate and have vision and have understanding of what our kids do. So really shout out. Thank you for your leadership and your continued leadership. Round of applause for Dr. K. All right, so this part of our presentation is concluded. We are ready for more breakouts. And I'm going to mess with the camera guy, and I'm just going to move around a lot and see if he can follow me. Just like esports, jib and jab. All right. So we have more hands-on presentations for you guys. We have more learning sessions, and we have the next competition round coming up for middle school and high school schools. Once again, this is our map, so make your way over to the competition areas. And also, students, don't forget to get all of those cards punched. Okay? All right, we got raffle prizes at the end. Raffle, yes, the raffle, yeah. Get those cards punched for the raffle at the end. Where you drop off the raffle cards is out by the registration. Some little buckets out there. All right? All right, we'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we do want to announce that a couple of really good learning sessions going on right now. There's a career in esports. Want a job in esports? That is where you go. Lots of good information there. And that is happening in the next building over. And also the career pathways in higher ed. If you are a junior or a senior and you're beginning to think about a career in esports and what that's going to look like and what you're going to do for college, head over to that session now. Esports Pathways in Higher Ed, How Gaming Leads to College. All right, let's get it done.
Check, check. All right, who's ready for some semifinal action? I need Chatsworth and BHS pilots to please report to the main stage. Oh, enjoy your time. Like, we'll get them set up. Like, yeah, 10, 15. Yeah. We're on schedule. We're fine.
And welcome back, folks. I hope it was a fantastic lunch because I got another tasty treat coming hot at you. I am, as always, FBI Tugboat, but here with me today in the booth is Christopher. Christopher had a desire to come down and shoutcast some games, and we're all about providing our young folks with an opportunity to go forth and succeed. Now, Christopher, this will not be your first time shoutcasting, is it?
No, I actually have done this before,
Yep.
especially with the middle school team. And it's actually really fun to give me an opportunity, especially for my team right here.
Yes.
And I just hope that everybody has a good match.
Absolutely. A competitive match, a fantastic one of Rocket League coming up here in just a few seconds. Now, we have the Chatsworth Chancellors, the number 2 seed here. That's your team, right?
No, we're banning.
Oh, excuse me. Banning High School. The Banning Pilots, the number 4 seed. Oh, thank you. Thank you, whoever did that. There you go. Thank you so much. It's literally written on his T-shirt. I don't know where our camera guy is right now. Oh, okay. Never mind. They're looking up there. There you go. I thought you were focusing on my co-caster here, and I was the one who was having to eat crow. Fantastic stuff. So talk to me. We have Mario, we have Jonathan, we have Edwin, and we have Chris here. Talk to me a little bit about this Banning High School Pilot Squad.
So basically, our squad has been developed and has been training ever since this moment. They have been practicing online, on home, and I think that they're all just really good people. And especially what I look forward to them is that they should be able to strive and pave a path for them to be able to win.
Yeah. Hey, paving paths. I like the car analogies coming in here already, Christopher. I like it. Some natural chops for shoutcasting, perhaps. Some natural chops. Well, let's see. So you know these individuals. Obviously, you go to high school with them, right? Now, you yourself, are you a junior, senior?
I actually am a junior in 11th grade.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. So talk to me a little bit about some of the experiences you've gotten to enjoy with esports, given that your school, of course, has a team, has a program.
So at first, I was in, let's say, sophomore year.
Mm-hmm. So last year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Early sophomore year. I actually play Smash Bros. And I actually really like it. And most of the time, I just used to practice at home, and I couldn't find any opportunities to be able to play in a competitive sport like esports right now.
There you go. There you go.
Until I found, my teacher Farson. He gave me the opportunity to be able to play in this amazing team that gave me a chance to be able to be in esports.
One more time, could you say the coach that helped you, gave you an opportunity to come forth and play? I just didn't catch the name. Could you tell me the name one more time?
His name is Mr. Farson.
Mr. Farson. Mr. Farson. Big shout out, Mr. Farson. These are some of the individuals, folks, that make opportunities like this one possible every single day. Again, we have 1,000+ people here. We have one of our young adults over here who's able to sit down next to me and fulfill an interest, right? As Cal said before, now able to go forth and cast again. Staring down the barrel of the BHS pilots as of right now. Again, that's Mario, Jonathan, that's Edwin, that is Chris. Talk to me about, and Coach Jason, of course. Coach Jason, of course. Big shout out, Coach Jason. Now, talk to me about some of these players. What's something I can expect to see out of one of these individuals? Mario, Jonathan, Edwin, Chris.
Well, there's a lot to go over.
Keep it PG, sir. Keep it PG.
I think one really good thing that I could expect from them is honestly some great aerial shots.
Okay.
They've been practicing a lot, and I think their air dribbling game is just really top notch right now.
Yeah.
And mainly also their dribbling. They do know how to dribble really well. I played against them through personal experience.
There you go. Hey, in the air, on the ground, they have it done. One if by air, or what is it? One if by sea, two if by land. I can't remember the old quote. Regardless, what you're saying is they're going to be able to get it done regardless, whether that's on the ground, up in the air. Aerial acrobatics are frequently going to be something that a team will go forth and be able to deploy into a victory. And a 4 seed taking on a 2 seed, this is some of the closest seeding matchups we've seen so far as well. So we've only seen 2 4-score sweeps, right? The quick 4-0 series in both of the matches we broadcasted so far here today. But I think it's fair to say we might be looking at a little extra Rocket League today. like some more matches than just a quick 4-0 sweep either way. I'm hoping that's what we're going to be seeing. Big shout out again, Coach Jason. I was able to talk about them a little bit, but let's talk a little bit more about this bracket here. We have the Chatsworth Charter Esports taking on those BHS Pilots. The Marshall Barristers are rewarded for making into the semifinals with a matchup against Franklin High. Now, Chris, has your squad played against Franklin High in Rocket League at all yet?
Right now, I have not an idea if they have been with them, but I have a feeling that they might have. But either way, I'm pretty sure they have.
Gotcha. So probably not an unfamiliar matchup right here. Chris, let's get it going. Your squad, the BHS Pilots, taking on the Chatsworth Chancellors here, number 2 seed. They went forth and had an amazing series against the VHTPA Monarchs. And did a great job. What's up? Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead. No, you were right.
I think right now they're pushing a little bit more. A nice aerial shot, 1 block, and here we go with the
little demo play already, right?
Already.
There's 2 of them. 2 for the price of 1. And a shot, just a little bit too high.
And a miss.
Yep. So, hey, what we miss every shot we do not take here, Chris. So that's a fantastic job from your squad going forth and putting on some aggression early. Now, as we know, Chris, a tenet of casting is we must be unbiased. However, this is your team, your competition here, so we'll allow a little bit of bias for the BHS Pilots from you. Okay? How's that sound?
Sure. That sounds good.
Sounds good. Oh, just like that, though, we mentioned the bias here for the Pilots. They're going to be suffered against their first shot after the Chatsworth Chancellors just continue a bunch of offense right here. Is that really the result of what happened?
You could see that it did happen right now, and I think if the Banning Pilots just drive a little bit more, they could come through and counter push.
It's all what it's about, not just the first shot right here. If you get knocked down, you got to get back up again.
Oh, a crash.
Little bit of back and forth, and now a coordinated pinch and shot all the way across the other side. Perhaps the Pilots get in the offensive stance.
A shot from Chatsworth. A nice block.
Right across right there, basically lofted up for him and then cleared it all the way out. Maybe back to some demo play. I feel like the Pilots found some value earlier with that, Christopher.
I think so, because if they manage to keep continuing this type of push, I think they'll be able to strive enough to get more goals.
Ooh, but just like that, a low bouncer is going to get the Chancellor, their second, and a little bit of an insurance goal. Now talk to me, Karis. What exactly is it that you've seen that the Pilots could do to flip this around and try and get one back and make this a little bit of a closer game?
I think they should focus more on defense. At least maybe 2 behind. And right now, they are having a good push. But we just need a little bit more effort for defense, and I think they'll be fine with adding 1 more goal.
Yeah, so what you're saying is offense, no problemos, but when it comes to the defensive side of the ball, just dedicating a little bit more resource there?
I feel like so, but they're doing pretty well right now.
Looking at a defensive effort, speaking of, 2 players go up for it, 1 makes contact. Now I believe this is Julian here for the Chancellors coming up for it, and another one. It kind of seems like to me, Chris, that the Pilots aren't really getting great clears right here, right? It's several times now that the ball has just been off of rebound, left right in the middle, and then these players just go forth and feast upon it.
I think that maybe this will be probably one of the matches that they could probably get warmed up with, honestly. They just need a little bit more time to adapt to their playing style, and they could take on this win.
Still anybody's game. I'd agree with you there. As I always say, Christopher, whatever happens at halftime, whatever the score difference is, can be undone in the second half. Let's get back into the action here as a demo does come. Offensive efforts, and that's going to be the next shot. Wow, barely got there. The Chatsworth Chancellor's defense really standing up right now.
What a nice and let's see. Nice block. Another block.
Possession retained here, perhaps. What will they do with it, Christopher?
A shot. Another block.
Get excited.
They're gonna... Another hit. Another triple.
There's the tap and the tries for the follow-up right there. And it's just a little bit too fast, right, for everybody to have gone on top of that, Chris, and gone forth and really gotten some significant pushes, but a great clear, and there's the back pass to a player. Now here's front, trying to get this around the corner, but nah, it's a full retreat. Sounded for the Pilots, pull the ripcords.
A pinch, they're going for it.
There you go.
A dribble.
Fantastic attempt, just kind of put it over right there, but there wasn't much follow-up, was there?
No, there wasn't, but They got another chance. I think another block. A block, a nice block.
Fantastic, coming off the back wall, burning some boost to get there as well. But it looks like the onslaught of offense has abated for right now. Is that a pass? It is. Off the back wall, looking for it. Can't quite get there, and the Pilots clear it in the next zip code.
Another. The Chatsworth has another touch. They're doing air dribbles. Oh, but another block from BHS. One more hit, and they could block it.
A great stout defense right there as the Pilots get the passing plays involved quite again. Now, I think if they speed up these passes a little bit more, Chris, I think the Pilots might have a little bit more value by stretching this field a little bit more.
I would figure so. They look like if they were gaining a little bit more speed with their passes, they'll be able to overcome and get another goal.
And unfortunately, that was a player trying to opt to pick up a couple pads of boost. Not even a big boost in the corner either. Of course, those small ones gave about 12 per, but this is a 3-0 game. And with 5 seconds left right now, that is not enough time to bring this one back from the brink. Unfortunately, Chris, the hometown heroes here, the Pilots, get shut out in game number 1.
And hold up. Before it has to touch the ball, it has to touch the ground. And that is over.
There you go. So a 3-0 right here. Not exactly what this desk would have liked here for the result of this game with you coming over there from Banning High School. But talk to me a little bit about some of the good aspects of the Pilots student. Then we'll hop in a little bit more as far as like what exactly they could do to kind of clean up the edges of their gameplay a little bit.
I think that what they could do is trying to speed up a little bit more their offense. I know they are trying pretty hard either way, but I think if they were a little bit faster with their shots and passing, they'll be able to overcome and potentially get a game won.
Exactly. Now, this is just one game of a 7-game series, so no like real tears shed for a loss here in game number 1. There's potentially 6 more right here. Of course, that would require the Banning High School squad to come back and take this game 2 or even possibly a game 3 right here. The difference, I mean, yes, this is a 3-0, but tell me if you agree, Chris. I feel like this was more of like a 2-0 game that just got into a situation where the Pilots are just constantly trying to get in the offense and get some kind of goal on to try and bring this one back from the brink and not finish this one out as a 0-something loss.
Yeah, because I think for them, they're pushing a lot, honestly. But either way, their defense is on point when it comes to dribbling of Chatsworth. And they should just be able to just really do a rotation of going back to the ball, doing a rotation, and just trying to go on more on offense.
Gotcha. So, well, why is it that you mentioned dribbling a couple of times, and I agree with you, but why is this exactly so important for Rocket League players?
So for dribbling, I think that it's it takes to part of a mind game.
Yep.
Dribbling is like could this happen or could the other thing happen?
Am I going left? Am I going right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could like shoot it just straight up.
Yep.
And then there's some instances where you could just like leave the ball and just like leave your opponent like completely confused. Mm-hmm. And I think that's just one of the many factors you could take into dribbling and how persistent it could be.
Yeah, and then if you take that and you take that into the air, which is obviously so much more complicated, but it adds so like that 3D element, right? If you do this on the ground, you got left to the right, maybe a little bit higher or something like that. If you do that in the middle of the air, you go down left, down right, left, up left. It sounds like I'm putting in a cheat code in a classic video gaming system. That's gonna be the Pilots though, taking control, turning off autopilot, and taking the lead for the first time in this series.
And that is a clean goal.
As clean as clean gets. Clean as clean gets. That's probably, 80 miles an hour or so, maybe 70 miles an hour or so. Breaking some speed limits right there, Christopher, as your squad, the BHS Pilots Banning squad, puts forth the first goal. And there's another solid attempt.
Some nice pushing right here.
Oh!
Is that a goal?
Oh my goodness! Wow, only like 3 shots attempted or something like that. And now if you're talking about shutout territory, you have to have that conversation about Chatsworth.
and so right now with the overall pushing of BHS, I think they'll be able to really get a hold of Chatsworth playstyle. I think this is the only thing that they need to be able to overcome the
Oh, great defense there. Sorry, what were you saying?
they'll be able to overcome the
That's going to be a fantastic goal from Chatsworth. 1-2 as of right now. The lead skinny down here to only a one-score differential. Now, as we know, Christopher, a one-score lead, there's no real lead indeed within the great game of Rocket League. What can BHS do to maintain this lead, to go forth here and not take their foot off the pedal?
I think it's mainly based on rotations. Like, as you could see, mainly no one was at the goal, and that allowed them to be able to get that goal single-handedly. And it's just one of the many things that they could use to their advantage to be able to get that goal.
You said that the crisper maintenance of those rotations. This is a dangerous ball for the Chatsworth squad. Coming up to it, cornered playing out. That's decently centered. That's a weak clear. Pilots should be able to fly up to this one, but nobody even attempts until the 11th hour. Coming in for the last hit, not going to happen. Charging in for this one is 61, I believe. That's Jonathan, excuse me. As we hit just past halftime. That was a dangerous situation that kind of fizzled out a little bit there, Chris. Now Chatsworth is in a position, there you go, to tie this one back up. Second shot, second goal there for Marco.
And this could be a fair game. There's still exactly 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the score as well.
A bunch of twos up there. 2-2, 2-2, and 2. That's crazy. Hey, observant, Chris. I like it. I like it.
An air dribble, a tap, block. That's an opening?
Possibly. Maybe a bit of a centering effort there. The second effort from 63. I believe that's Caden over there, and a shot up. And yeah, so this is a perfect example, Chris, right? Of first of a team effort, right? All three members tap this ball within the previous 2 seconds and get it to in a position where this person can swing for the fences on it. But really, I think this kind of comes off the back of BHS being unwilling to interrupt these passing lanes, right? I think a lot of times they're more willing to just come back and we know, hey, we play goal, the ball is going to come here eventually. Well, the goal is a rather large thing, right?
Yeah, and right now, I think Chatsworth is a little bit kind of, how do you say it, like a little bit focused right now. I think they're
locked in,
yeah.
Oof. Almost a beautiful triple tap there from Chatsworth. Would have made it to our replays of the event for sure. But a one-score difference, 90 seconds right here. The light has not left the tunnel yet, Christopher. Oh, and it definitely has not now. Tie ball game between the Chatsworth Chancellors and them BHS Pilots.
Now we have an even game, which evens out the playing field of this match right now.
It's exactly what the Pilots want, right? They have gotten their bearings, Christopher. How do they go forth and take this one down? Is this just a situation of doing more of what they've kind of done so far?
I feel like so, because right now they are really trying they're trying pretty hard right now. And it's a matter of fact of just being able to control the ball. Oh, and that's a boom right there.
It's a big demo. Big Boost bringing this one off as well, trying to set players up, but unfortunately can't get anything done. It looks good. It looked real good for a while, but nothing came from that on the end.
A shot from Chatsworth.
Ooh. That's 2 of these that they've done to this squad. What can BHS do to interrupt? I mean, it's the same exact thing, right? Put it up over the corner, around a player, like behind a player off the corner, right? And then another one's just going to come in. What can BHS do to kind of suss this out and really see that it's coming before it actually does strike?
The thing is that it's a little bit tricky to be able to see where the air dodge is coming, like right now.
So what can they do to stop that play from happening?
I think right now what they could do is probably be able to just have a better, like not have a better defense, but mainly just coordinating with each other.
Yep.
And being able to know when to defend, and when to go back to get more boost.
There's been a couple of times that boost has kind of been the main ideal. That one's too high, and this remains a one-score game. Up and over. I spoke too soon. 65, I believe that is Julian. Oh, Mr. Two's right there. 2 shots, 2 goals, 2 assists. and 2 saves, Christopher. Crazy stuff.
Here we go with another round.
Last one here is kickoff is won by Chatsworth. Them Chancellors looking to lay down the law after that was a fantastic fake on the BHS Pilots offensive side of the ball right now, but unfortunately they are not in a position they can give this one away. They have to score this one, and that's unfortunately not going to be it. Could be 5-4, could be 6-3, but the result will be the same. Could be 5-4, could be 5, yeah, it could be 5-4 or 6. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. Regardless, you can't score twice here in this overtime type situation, and the Chatsworth Charter squad will take it down by 2. Let's take a look at these players on the stage as of right now. I gotta be wondering what's going through your coach's head. Talk to me a little bit about the BHS coach. Talk to me about Coach Jason a little bit.
So he's a persistent type of coach. He knows what we need, and he often helps us out with it a lot. And he's overall a really good coach. He makes sure that we're okay most of the time, and he makes sure that the things that we need are already available for us at that moment.
Yeah, so like you mean like the hardware that you guys need to go forth and excel in Scholastic Esports, whichever endeavor that is, whether that's shoutcasting, whether that's kind of like a coaching role within the game that I'm sure some of your teammates may have employed, right? Like everybody who's good at a game can usually give pretty good advice, or of course, unless it's formally playing, like on our field here today, right? Or on our stage here today, excuse me.
Yeah, that's basically what summarizes up what type of coach he is.
Fantastic.
And as you can see, he's literally right there supporting them each goal and each second of the game.
Yep. That is Coach Jason, everybody. Once again, spent past 2 years of his life, right, helping with this esports team, not club, moved from the club to team status about 2 years ago. Digital art teacher and a gamer as well. Let's go Pilots! We'll get that chat going, or get that cheer going, excuse me, in just a little bit. Chris, it really seems like this Pilots are all or nothing squad. Either they're getting it off a kickoff and getting it going in the first 5 seconds, or they're just like sitting on defense and just blocking an onslaught of shots until eventually one goes in.
I think right now what they are doing pretty well is on offense, and I think with a little bit more offense, they should be able to perceive through the players of Chatsworth.
Yep.
But right now, it's looking a little bit close to their goal. They're going back. Okay, pass 1, pass 2.
Okay. Pass play to the middle, but it gets interrupted. Kick back all over the left, and now takes a middling position. Last player back in. That is exactly what I'm talking about, rotations. This player is not here with big boost as well, Christopher. That's a goal every single day of the week.
Looks like Chatsworth is putting on the pressure. Banning, coming back with the block.
Fantastic block. Chris, let's hear it in your voice. This is your team getting blocked here.
Banning is coming back. Oh, Zonin then got demoed. Chatsworth striking. Banning.
Ooh. It is a fantastic play. Yeah, even if it might have been against your team, Christopher, a fantastic play. It was indeed the undercarriage pass up, kind of like a mini psycho right there, and then just takes this one off a backboard, dunks it all the way in. That's about as clean as it gets.
I could see that.
And you gotta give props where they're due, right?
Coming back. A nice hit from Banning. Going back to mid. Going back to the goal.
Ooh, barely a player out there. The Pilots player stretches the field, tries to get on top of it. Not going to happen. It's the rotations of the Chatsworth Chancellors on top. Tries to get the nose down. That's going to be enough for the teammate. And then a block, and then a side post. You heard the noise. Don't you just love that? Don't you love the noise now? The side post noise?
Yeah, it's kind of like a satisfying sound you can hear from Rocket League.
Oh, wide
That's
open.
a goal.
And the Pilots cruise back into the lead after allowing a tying factor. We are just outside of the 3-minute mark, Chris. Fantastic stuff. Going back to what we were talking about right there and just kind of elaborating on it a little bit more. It really does seem like the teamwork, the cohesion, the communication, the coordination of your squad of the BHS Pilots really does seem like it's firing on all cylinders now.
I feel like so. I think they're a little bit more intertwined right now. Oh, and they don't have boost yet. One of them does.
Intertwined, connected, firing on all cylinders, and fighting like a team connected right now. A great job attending to this offensive play style, and Area almost gets it past the second. That's going to be feast time. 2 of them rocketing in, and the Chatsworth defense holds strong.
BHS tries to come in. A nice block.
Great block, very clear. This one sent back. That's decently centered, looking for the second effort. That ball takes a bad kick off the wall.
Coming back with a deflection.
Nice pass play attempt right there, Chris. And there comes another one. Yeah, if there's one issue that the Pilots don't have, it's passing plays, right?
Exactly. They need their own. If they try to coordinate with each other a little bit more and pass a little bit more, I feel like they can go against Chatsworth, and that's another demo.
Another demo coming in, low and slow. No, it's a fastball there from Chatsworth as they come into this one. It's post demo as well, right? So player gets to lead it on the Pilots' defensive side there, and that's going to be enough for a goal and a tying factor.
And right now we're seeing another tie. Great hit. Deflect. A great hit from Banning. A pass.
Ooh.
And it was inter block.
Nicely done. That stalwart defense showing up yet again.
Nice defense.
There's the clear. This is going to turn into a passing play, Chris. No, takes it themselves. Tries to press the defense right there. So what happened right there, Chris, is they could tell that they were just a little bit farther ahead of their opponents, but their teammates weren't, right? And so at that point, it's just all engines go. Somebody's got to make a play on this, and I believe it's my teammate. They're not going to get there in time. That is the perfect time to go forth and play selfish Rocket League, right? Like, it is my time to shine down here. I'm going to take this.
Exactly. But although that was a good play, it got blocked again by Chatsworth.
Got blocked out all regardless. 40 seconds to go right here, and it's a quick in-transition passing play. BHS winning the 50 and taking possession back in the offensive. When we have some air to this one, great defensive block here from Chatsworth. This is not a situation they have been familiar with here, Chris.
One of the best pieces of advice is that 30 seconds is enough to make one goal. And it was blocked up perfectly.
Hey, this scoreline remains the same as we're going to be staring down the barrel of an overtime type situation. Up and over, and Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into. Christopher Chatsworth takes the lead back, snatches the lead back with 2 seconds to go.
Wait.
What's up? Okay. Still an opportunity. That ball will stay alive until it strikes the ground. Here now at 0-0, shot over, and it's just going to get a little bit worse for them Pilots. 4-2 loss here in game number 3. We will go ahead and take a look at the numbers ever so briefly and talk about the numbers here afterwards.
I believe so.
Take a look at the end. Hey, there you go. Or take a look at Tara, her little dragons and stuff like that, right? Love it. We'll get a spanning shot here of the stage in just a second. Here we go. The numbers, Mason, and what do they mean? What they mean, my goodness, is that Chatsworth only amassed 7 total. On the other side, we had 8 just from one player, 9 total, Christopher. So what this tells me is that the BHS pilots have really taken their offense and put it into the hands, into the care, the responsibility of one single player so far. Perhaps what I would look for is a little bit more of like split duties here, like not just one player getting all the saves, not just one player setting up another player who gets all the offensive opportunities, but a little bit more of a split look to that trio of responsibility.
So what you're talking about is probably like a mix between each of the players, how one can go offensive and the other can go defensive, and just try to get more boost overall and support each other from the back.
Absolutely. Chris, FBI Tugboat, we got our 4th game of this series. That'll be the last year for Chris as he's come in, and I hope enjoyed it, right?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I did.
So 4th game, whether it's a tying factor for the pilots, whether it's Chatworth taking it down in 4, we'll be saying goodbye after that one, and that is A-OK. We always want to try and give young people the opportunity to thrive here at the LAUSD, and I sincerely hope that you felt like that, sir.
I do feel like that, and I also am very honored to be here.
There you go. Well, hey, they say your thank yous in a minute because you ain't done yet, soldier.
Nice deflect.
Shot over, shot up, back to the corner though, as Chatsworth is having a hard time just getting this out of their corner. A great job on the defensive block. I believe that was Caden here. Not 100% sure. We do not have their tags up on. There's the beginning of a clear until Chatsworth's got something to say about it. Early scores for Caden as they're going to take the lead here early for Chatsworth.
And I think Chatsworth is a little bit focused now as they're trying to really limit the factors in between another match. But I believe that Benny could pull through and be able to get this match done and have another chance at beating Chatsworth.
See how it goes low, and it's a fast one to the right corner, and this pilot is gonna be able to get there. 60 seconds into this competition, no insurmountable lead so far. A bouncing ball flirting with the front of this BHS pilot's goal, and now sent way over to the corner. It's a battle across the wall until Chatsworth puts their stamp on this one.
Going back. An air dribble by Chatsworth. And it's blocked.
Wow, just like that, Chatsworth's defense standing up and performing similar to their offense. Now in the middle, another shot up and over. This one has to be blocked, and it doesn't. This was actually fed inside, wasn't it? This was a messed up defensive effort. Let's watch this one again. This goes up. That looks like a bad corner. Yes,
and they
put
hit
into the corner.
And they hit the side too.
Wow, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Can't quite get the full block onto that one. And Chatsworth is looking at a tied ball game yet again with 3:15 left on the clock, Christopher.
This is an even playing field. They both are really showing great effort right now.
They really are. Really are. Oh, dangerous ball. No one can get there from Chatsworth quite yet. It was just a little bit too fast. Back pass. Plus a demo is not going to be advantage for Chatsworth until they have the last player back in the rotation to have covered this one up. It's an open net going the other way.
And that's a goal.
Pilots walking the dog. Leisurely Sunday afternoon stroll on that one, Chris.
and it was just an open net.
Simple as it goes. Simple as it goes. Lead goes back for the BHS Pilots. Will they maintain it though? Because Chris, forgive me. I know it's your school, but I feel like we've been here before, right?
Oh.
Like with the BHS Pilots up a little bit towards the middle of this, but slowly but surely Chatsworth kind of comes back consistently here.
I feel like if they just keep putting on this pressure, they'll be able to get more goals, hopefully.
Gas on.
A dribble.
Breaks. Quite an air dribble at that, but no forward momentum really influenced onto that ball from Chatsworth. It might have looked fancy, but it yielded nothing more than a loss of possession for a couple of seconds. as they try and make this one with the ground. Put it in the dirt, not going to happen. Shot over, can't quite get to it, and Chatsworth ties this one back up.
And now it's an even field again.
Even field. Once again, 2-2, and I'm not talking about dresses, Chris. 2 minutes and 3 seconds left into this one. Now we'll see. Will this boil down to just individual effort, you think? And just one player on either side making just a monumental effort and finding a goal?
I have a feeling that maybe it could happen as both teams are really trying right now. This could be the final match for either Chatsworth or having another chance for BHS.
Very true. Very true. Split defense right there as everybody's just kind of left looking. Who takes it? Whose line is it anyway? Backwards pass and another feed here from Chatsworth. That's going to be on point, and nobody can get to it. A 3-score run here for Chatsworth as the cruise control has been set, Chris.
Another defense, but it was an early flip.
Nothing doing. These here for the offensive efforts of Pilots so far, past 2 minutes or so after they amassed that 2-score lead. A 2-score run right there, which is one of the largest leads they have enjoyed so far here on the day. Twisting, flipping, turning, and just trying to maintain aerial prowess. That's going to be a great job getting it past one. Player's still there, shot over, oh no!
4-2.
5 shots attempted, second goal in from this player. A fantastic job. Cue the Jaws music, Chris. He was just waiting in the shallow waters there, waiting to bite.
Although BHS still has a minute left, and what I believe is that 30 seconds is still enough for one goal.
It's true. It's true. Down by 2, but 30 seconds is plenty of time to get one in, much less 2. Solid shot over there. BHS isn't going to get up a 3-score differential so easily. Ooh, another one. Third goal here made for 66, I believe. That's Marco, perhaps Zen, with a hat trick. With a hat trick right there. They call it a hat trick like in hockey. When the player gets 3 scores, they call it a hat trick. I'm not sure why, actually, Chris.
Maybe it's commonly played and it's just got a name over time.
No idea. No idea. It came from hockey. That's all I know originally. I know now that fans will throw their hats onto the ice when a player gets their third goal, like in a game. It's like a tradition. I don't know. Funky sport. Love hockey, but it's kind of a funky sport. Oh, that
open net
might just be sealing the deal, right? What we always try and say, about 10 seconds per goal is what's necessary to try and formulate an actual play, get an offense going, actually take a score, and that is really what we're looking at right now. Exactly, in fact, here for the BHS Pilots. If they don't get a score here and early, that might be all she wrote here for the BHS Pilots semifinals performance.
Oh, a nice push. A nice push.
Oh, almost. That's exactly what the doctor ordered here for BHS. Got to flip this around and turn it inside quickly. Up, not down. The shot is there. The block comes in 15 seconds. Is just not enough sand in the hourglass to come back at this one. That was a close one, though, as they try to get their 7th. There it is, 7th for Chatsworth Charter, and they're going to be taking down this series, Chris.
Oh, it was still a good effort between both teams.
It was.
And it's pretty enjoyable to watch as well.
What? I mean, it was a 2-0, basically ended up being a 3-0 the last couple of seconds of game number 1. 2-score difference in game number 2. A 2-score difference that was achieved at the last second in game number 3. This is a Chatsworth Charter squad that is going to be advancing on along to our finals, and a BHS Pilot squad that should still feel very good about their performances here at the semifinals, Chris.
I just want to say that they have really great efforts right now, and I'm feeling a lot of gratitude that they actually came up to this point.
Exactly. Yeah. Top 4, right?
Yeah.
There's 32 teams fighting in this single elimination competition, making it all the way down there. Still a fantastic time. Chris, I want to ask you, do you have any closing thoughts, any statements you want to make about either of these teams, or perhaps from your experience sitting down here in the booth?
I just want to say that for Chatsworth, I think they are really good, or they are good, but I know that eventually between some time, we could also take them down.
There you go. I like it. I like it. The spirit never dies here for BHS Manning High School. Chris, thank you so much for joining with me in the booth. It was an absolute pleasure, my friend.
Well,
absolute pleasure.
Thank you for inviting me too.
Not a problem. Not a problem. FBI Tugboat Chris. We'll be back with you guys in just a little bit for some more hot, spicy Rocket League action.
your break, but it is now time to take us to the semis round number 2. I have a guest here with me today.
Hello, I'm Julian. I'm from Chatsworth Chancellors. Just played last round, and I'm hoping to cast it.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you've actually casted before, and you do quite a bit of casting. So tell me about that. How does it work?
I've casted a lot of times for my own team, for let's say Chatsworth, when they have games for other games, or if they have let's say competitions for other games, they'll stream it and I'll cast for them. And it's mostly because of the fact that I do know a lot about a lot of separate games. I don't only play Rocket League, so I'd say it takes a lot of prior knowledge, or maybe some prior knowledge of the game to be able to cast it. So me having that prior knowledge definitely makes me a prime candidate to be able to cast for Chatsworth.
I'm excited to have you. I'm excited to have someone that knows a little bit more about Rocket League than myself. You mentioned you've put in a lot of hours into the game, so it's going to be a blast. And you also mentioned that you have some dirt on one of the teams that we're about to cast. And in case you're wondering, who are we about to cast? Let's take a look at the bracket one more time so that we can remind you of the journey that we have been on today, because it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? So we started off with the top 8 teams. As you can see, Ortho versus Franklin. Franklin took that, moving them on to the semifinals. And then on the other side of the bracket, we had Marshall Bannisters versus Bursting Dragons. Marshall ended up winning that one off screen. We didn't get to see it. So that's why Marshall is going to be our team to keep an eye on and see, hey, what did they do in the quarterfinals that brought them into this finals against Franklin? Now tell me the dirt on Franklin. What are they about? How are they going to be beat by the Marshalls?
I honestly, it's going to take a lot to be able to beat Franklin. I'd say they're a very big powerhouse when it comes to how they play. They're definitely one of the best teams here, if not, I want to say the best team.
Okay.
They're a lot. The big thing about Rocket League is this is 3v3. That's the main competitive playlist, and the biggest thing is speed. So when you think about like their ranks, let's say one of their players is the highest rank of the game.
Wow.
He's extremely fast. Their whole team is extremely fast. It takes a lot of chemistry to be able to play these games, to play at that speed. So I think the only thing that's really going to be able to give someone else an edge, like the Marshalls, is they're going to have to play faster. They're going to have to play weird, be unpredictable, and that could really put them out on top.
Okay, and did you get to see a little bit of a sneak peek on Marshall when you were...
No, I think we were competing at the same time.
Okay,
so
okay.
To see them play.
That's unfortunate, but hey, that's a bigger treat for us as an audience and seeing, what we're gonna get. You mentioned, hey, one of them is a top player, highest rank that you could get in the game. How many hours do you think they put into the game?
I'd say the average for that rank would be about 3,000 to 4,000 hours. But some people are exceptions, like maybe it takes 1,500 for some people. It does take a lot of time though to be able to master the technique, the game, and I think there's a lot involved, and it's not always just like the physical and mechanical way you play, it's also mental. Like I remember when I was first trying to rank up, I was definitely a lot more mechanically inclined or skilled than the other players I would play against, but my mental was a little bad. Like I had bad mental fortitude, so I'd kind of rage quit or I'd get mad, and that could definitely cause you to not rank up or not get better.
Ooh, I like that you bring that point up, because we haven't been able to talk about that throughout the day, which is what type of mentality it takes to be a gamer. Because people think you just pick up a game and it's fun and it's enjoyable, but the reality of it is that sometimes it requires, just as regular sports, like, some of these players, they're athletes, they play soccer, they play basketball, they do a variety of different activities, and all of that requires for you to be motivated, for you to be patient, to learn new skills, and to be able to adapt and work together as a team. And you mentioned Rocket League is one of those games that requires that teamwork. A lot of hours you've spent also in the game. So talk to me about what are fundamental mechanics for you to improve at the game or be at this level of gameplay.
I think the biggest thing is Rocket League is one of those games where you kind of just learn the basics. So let's say kind of like being good with the ball on the ground, keeping the ball close, or being able to get past your opponents. Speed is one thing, being able to control your car in the air, on the floor, being able to control the ball in the air. Those are a lot of the basics, and Rocket League is one of those games that has such a high skill ceiling because of the fact that you can always improve on those basics. It's not more of like something is an advanced technique, something is more, it's harder to do. It's more of this person is a lot better at doing that same thing than they are, than me at that same thing. And I think, especially when it comes to mental, the biggest difference between regular sports and this game for sure is I think in a regular sport, if a player on your team has a bad mental, you have a lot more players to help them, like motivate them more. This is 3v3, you know. You only have 2 players here. They can't do much, and a lot of the time, if your mentality is really bad in a game, it can bring the whole team down.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I remember the biggest thing I got from my coach, like some good advice, was to try to hang out more with your teammates outside of practice, because that'll build more team bonding, and then maybe if someone does tilt, you can help them get their mental back up.
That is a great point. And I feel like that's, in general, we can all take a tidbit from that, right? Like creating those bonds so that you can trust your core people, your community around you, because that's really how you manage to get through life, because life is pretty tough. Anyways, I'm not going to get too deep into that. Let's talk about this event in general. This is an amazing event. There is so much to do. What have you done so far?
So far, I first started off by getting some breakfast.
Okay.
The breakfast was really good. I got like this raisin bread from Panera. I ate the fruit. It was pretty good. And then I decided to go around, look at the booths. I saw some of the college booths, the Logitech one over there. And I went to the practice room actually to get some practice in, but it was definitely a little different.
Yeah, well, enough about practice, enough about anything really at this moment. Let's get right into the match. Franklin versus Marshall Barristers. Let's get it going. A surprise of a school. Marshall, not a lot to be known about them. So what do you see so far? Rotation-wise, positioning?
So far, I'm definitely seeing that speed from Franklin, and there you go. They already got a goal in.
Okay.
You know, Marshall's a little bit slower so far, but we haven't gotten to see much since it's only really been 20 seconds into the game. And I'm seeing a lot of, like, a big thing I've seen with Franklin is they are very good with their boost. I've seen that they definitely end up leaving their opponents with a lot of, like a lack of boost, which is very hard to play against.
And for our parents here in the crowd and a lot of people who don't play Rocket League, why is the boost important, and why do you want to make sure that you have monopoly over it?
Because boost is what keeps your team really fast. I think that's what keeps your speed up. If you don't have a lot of boost, you're really not going to be able to keep up with the play. You're not going to be able to keep up with the ball, and a lot of the times it makes things feel, in a gamer sense, in quotations, awkward.
Yeah.
A lot of people will think things are awkward, like it'll be weird to play against, or it'll just be a weird scenario, and it gives the other team a lot of advantage if they have more boost.
And it's possible to miss the boost. You can accidentally not drive into the ice.
There's definitely been a few times I've had to like turn around a few times to try and get it. Done a little bit of 360s over it.
It's possible, but it's so far Franklin not missing a boost. They did miss that goal.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're a very aggressive team. They're gonna take a lot of shots on net. Like so far, we've seen Franklin has a lot of the aggression here. We see 2 of Marshall's players in the net, really making it hard to defend, especially when you're very close together. You don't want to be very tight on the net. You want to be kind of spread out. That's what you're seeing with Franklin. I mean, this guy's gonna hit the ball mid, and it's just gonna be a free goal.
Yeah, that was such a good job. I mean, you can see the communication that you were talking about earlier, how well they're able to rotate out and create that space for one another. But I want to go back to the idea that you were mentioning, which was Marshall is keeping 2 players underneath the net. Is that like you feel lack of experience or a little bit more of the defensive play?
I think it's more of not a lack of experience, but a lack of keeping up with the play. Honestly, for me, it could be lack of experience, because I know for our team personally, when we first played Franklin, we got rolled. And it was mostly because of the fact that they are a lot faster than us. And getting speed not only takes experience against faster teams, because you have to play, just like in any sport, you play better teams to get better, or you play against better players. Speed is definitely an important thing, and I think that's whenever you're slower than another team, it causes you to kind of like back up. Because if 2 teams are on the same kind of wavelength when it comes to speed, I think they can both kind of pass the ball back and forth, just like a tennis game. You know what I mean? You guys it's a volley, but if one team is slower than the other, it's kind of one has more pressure and the other team kind of just gets backed up into a corner, and you don't want that. You want to stay spread out.
Which is kind of what we're seeing here. Marshall do at the moment, allowing for this ball to reset. A little lob over, trying to find a teammate, but no, it's the position of Franklin. Throws down mid, but yeah.
So we see him going for a little bit of a dribble touch. He's going to try and get a bump here. Franklin with full boost. He might be able to get a shot on net.
Oh, that was close.
Clear, yeah. We're seeing another pass middle. Could be a pass up. He couldn't really get a good touch, so now it's going to get banged out back to Franklin. It's a lot of kind of possession giving away, not really keeping possession. It's a good flip reset from Franklin. Another try on a shot there, but couldn't really get it past. That guy has 0 boost. He can't really get too good of a touch there. Also a good bang from Marshall. But it's going to go back to Franklin. See, this game is a lot of either you take possession and you try to do something with it, or you just give the ball away.
Yeah, and I'm seeing how the lack of boost is really affecting Marshall as well, right? When you lack that boost, you're not able to lob the ball over, or you're not trying to get into a better positioning for your teammate to pass over. So very, very difficult.
That's a great ball.
Ooh, that
and
was
it's going to be a goal.
That was also the first demolition we saw today.
Exactly. Yeah, demolitions are very
this
important, especially in higher ranked play. I know I personally play against, I was talking about how one of their players is the highest rank in the game. I'm a little close to that, so I get to play against a lot of I do play against a lot of pros and very high ranked players. So I know that demolitions are very important. When you see a pro match, you'll probably see a demolition about every 30 seconds.
And
maybe to half of that.
Tell me about that. What makes this so important, and what can you do with that demolition, right?
So there's a lot of advantages to that. So we were talking about boost control, right? And let's say someone is back or last back in the net and you demo them. Not only is that going to make it a 2v3 for your team, so now you have advantage in numbers, but then that's one less player that could take boost. So now I can take that boost, which leaves the other team with less. It's also a very good shot there. There's a good pass with a flip reset, and he just gets it past all 3 of them there.
We're seeing Franklin pull out all of the tools out of their toolbox. You're naming a few of these different fancy movements. Tell me about that. How much time does it require to implement that into your gameplay, and what's the hardest part of that?
So a lot of the biggest thing is the flip reset, which is basically when you turn your car around or you're midair, you turn it upside down, and if all four wheels of your car touch the bottom of the ball, it registers as if the car is touching the floor, which basically gives you another jump. It's very important to know how to do that at a high level because of the fact that when you have 0 boost, let's say, and you're in the air, the only other way you can hit it is with a jump, right? So getting that flip reset gives you that extra flip to get that extra distance on your touches. See right here, he's going to go for a flip reset, but he used this jump there to get farther down because that let him get to the floor faster.
Well, faster and higher are the numbers here for Franklin High. 5-0, 19 seconds remaining in this game. And Marshall needs a little bit of a morale boost. Maybe we can include the crowd. Do we have any Marshall fans in here? No? No Marshall? Can I convert anyone into a Marshall fan? Yeah, I saw maybe one. Yeah, there's one.
There you go, we got one fan.
I don't really have anything. I have a sticker. Do you want a sticker? I'll give you a sticker later. Okay, remind me. I got you.
I remember there was a big game when it was CCHS versus Monarchs, actually. That was the first game we played. The crowd was crazy. There was a lot of people there, very loud, energetic. I think the Monarchs had a lot of people come out to see them play.
Yeah, we need to get more Marshall fans here because energy is a huge portion of the esports experience, the live event experience, the LAN experience. And we're seeing Marshall kind of be a little defeated here, but that's okay. That's round number 1. We still have 7 matches to go. So this is just the first, actually I should say 6. We still have 6 more games to go. So they have a shot to come back.
That's true.
What do they need to do?
I think a big thing is just speed it up, and a lot of that comes with communication.
Okay.
So talking more, telling people where they at, how much boost they have. Because we were talking about boost management, if you know how much boost your teammate has, you kind of know, do I need to go for this or does my teammate need to go for this? And a lot of the time, if you're not communicating, you'll both go for it, and it ends up putting your last teammate in a 1v3 situation, which you definitely do not want.
And what are some common situations that you saw that Marshall put themselves in?
It was a lot of one person would kind of challenge the ball, which if you don't know what challenging is, it's kind of just don't give them space, you know what I mean? Just go instantly, don't give the other team space on the ball, and then the other two would kind of they wouldn't follow up, you know what I mean? Just leave them back. So I'm hoping Marshall can kind of fix that, or maybe they can get a little better, or maybe give themselves an edge in this next game.
All right, let's see. Game number 2. Marshall taking a couple of pointers here from Julian, a professional in his own right, a full gamer.
Yeah, we got Marshall here with a good thing. Sorry about that. They're going to be staying together on the ball, but they kind of just gave it away to Franklin here. See, that's the thing I'm talking about right there, that double commit here. You don't want to have two people up on the ball at once. You want you to be separate. You want to have one person up. See, he goes for the double tap, but his teammate's back, and he ends up following up. That's the thing that I was talking about. If Marshall's not there to follow up that ball there, like, potentially, if, let's say, this guy wasn't here, that wouldn't have been a goal.
Yeah, there's too much crowding going on, not enough spacing out. Now, as we don't have a lot of information to base off on for Marshall, it could be that, number one, it could be a fresh team. Number two, it could also be the scaries of being on stage and being in front of a crowd and also going up against a really high prestigious team as well.
I know we ended up playing Franklin at another kind of LAN tournament. It was at the LA Auto Show. We ended up playing them. I'm pretty sure you were there too. That's why I recognized you. Yeah. But we ended up playing them, and I know I got really nervous. So that made me, I definitely did play a little worse than usual because Franklin's a really good team. We've played them, Chatsworth, we've played them 8 times.
Wow.
So far, through other various tournaments, we played them in HSCL, we played them in this LAUSD tournament, we've played them in another one called Play Versus, and out of those 8 times, we have lost every series.
Oh, well, it could change. It could change,
Maybe
right?
It could change.
Yeah.
It could change.
But let's talk about it. Let's talk about the fact that number one, Franklin just got another one on the count. They're trying to beat their own high score.
Oh, yeah.
Franklin has gotten. Well, let me take a second to go back on my notes here, folks. Last time we saw Franklin, they scored. They went 10-0, right? That was one match. Let's see if they can go 11-0. I'm just gonna keep upping the bar for them because you know what? Let's do it. Why not? Little by little, they're edging closer.
Seems like they're definitely on track there.
Yeah, but let's go back to your point, which is you're a competitor and you also get nervous when you're on stage. What is it about being on stage and how do you go and get past that? Because you have to get past those. You have to go and play. There's no I can back out and not do this.
I personally have I still haven't really gotten over it yet. It's honestly more of a preference thing. I think I kind of like how it feels playing at home or playing somewhere I'm familiar at. Let's say the esports lab at our school. The practice feels really good, and it's another goal for Franklin here. But yeah, I mean, I just like when I'm comfortable when I play, you know. And playing on stage is definitely not uncomfortable, but I wouldn't say as comfortable. So it definitely feels different, and it's hard to adjust to. I did adjust to it earlier, but I think it definitely takes a lot of time to be able to do it perfectly.
Understandable. I mean, you have a bunch of eyeballs looking at you. You're also not used to the setup.
Oh, yeah.
Being used to a setup is a huge thing. Yeah. Not having your own personal controller, not being able to, almost some people sit differently too. When I'm gaming, I like to sit crisscross applesauce. I know, it's weird. People are like, how do you do it? I don't know. All right, it works out for me. But some people like to play without shoes. I watch a lot of higher esports, professional esports, and some players like to take off their shoes.
Oh yeah.
I know that sounds weird, but yes, they take off their shoes and they game. So there's a whole ritual to playing in a LAN event.
I've watched a lot of pro play, and I know a few pros that I've actually played against them. That actually do take off their shoes, even when they're at a LAN event too. They take their shoes off, and it's I know there's a few pros that actually. There was this one time, this one pro, he was at an RLCS event, and he actually ended up. He took off his shoes and he put them up for the crowd to show everybody his comfort level or something. I don't know. Just I think he was just trying to send a message that play how you play. You know, you're gonna play the best you can if you feel comfortable.
Right.
So getting rid of those nerves as easy as you can. I mean, sometimes there's nothing you really can do to get rid of those nerves, but if there's something you can do about it, definitely try.
And that's some words of advice here from Marshall as we have half of the match remaining here in this game number 2. 7 down, but this is just about confidence now. If you can get a goal in there, then you start gaining that confidence that, hey, Franklin's a team that you're able to score on, and little by little, you shift that momentum in your favor, and that is exactly what Franklin is trying to do. But, Marshall is trying to do, but Franklin's just denying it.
They're not letting it happen, you know? Yeah, I remember when we, the closest game we ever had against Franklin was we lost them 4-2.
Okay. Okay.
And we almost did this thing called a reverse sweep. So basically, they took 3 games off of us at first, but we tried to bring it back. And actually, when we won that first game, it felt amazing. You know, that confidence really came back to us, and we felt like we were playing like 10 times better. We felt like it was either we're playing 10 times better or Franklin got worse. You know, and we just did better from there on, but we still ended up losing that series, sadly. I think reverse sweep, I've only ever seen that happen once in pro play, and it's extremely hard to pull off.
I mean, once momentum is in your favor, there's almost like no stopping it, right? There's so much adrenaline going, but nonetheless, we need to see some adrenaline here for Marshall. Maybe
2 more goals, and Franklin beats their record here. They could get it with, I mean, roughly a minute and 30 seconds left. They did end up getting their first 7 goals within the first minute of the game, so
that is true.
Maybe they can get to 16.
I set the bar up there. Let's see if they can finish it here. But let's talk about this event in general. You talked about some of the booths you visited. You talked about some of the things. What was your favorite booth? Did you try out the PC building with Newegg?
I did not, because they said they were gonna like teach throughout the times that we were actually gonna end up competing. So I wasn't really gonna do it, and also they gave me a bunch of paperwork to sign.
Fair.
I get scared when I see a waiver. You know.
Okay, fair. But I still think it's a fun experience. Have you ever built a PC yourself?
My own computer actually did build.
Oh, nice.
I got a pretty good deal on it too, like the parts. It was a friend's like parts. He didn't really want his computer anymore, so he kind of just scrapped it for parts and I ended up paying for him.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
You probably got a deal. A minute and 11 left, and 1 more goal for Franklin to beat their highest score here. Marshall still searching for their first goal, and a lot of boosts are being taken from Franklin High here, as you mentioned. Boost important as can be. Demolition, cherry on top.
I mean, you see that guy jump with 0 boost there. There's nothing he can do when the ball's in the air. I mean, Franklin's really just trying to get those last goals to see if they can beat their record here. He's going to jump early for this, try to get it back to his teammate. His teammate ends up getting a touch, but it kind of just doesn't really go anywhere. There's a lot of times you end up touching the ball, or you hit it and maybe you mess up a touch, or you end up hitting it out to someone else and where you don't intend it. That's where really high level, like I was saying, getting good with the, and that might be the 11th goal, and it is.
That was so sweet. Franklin High setting the bar at 11 scores. I wish I knew which one of the players it was, but when I was speaking with Franklin's coach, who by the way is a math teacher, so I think that's exactly why Franklin High knows the perfect angles, because he'd be teaching them math.
Our coach is also a math teacher.
Really?
I'm in his math class.
Oh.
And he teaches calculus 1 and 2.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So you're learning calculus.
Yeah.
Nice.
So far. Well, we finished the content. We're kind of just getting ready for the AP test.
Got it. And make that 12. Are we going to see a 13th here?
Maybe. I think a few kickoff goals could give them maybe 15. If they're lucky. I mean, I've been able to score a few times within 4 seconds. So.
All right. We see Marshall. They're like, no, we're not going to let that happen. 12
they
is
might have a shot
enough.
here.
Are we going to see the first?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe next game, you know. There's always a chance. Even though they lose by 12, I always tell myself, even though I lose really bad, I think there's always a chance you can still win a game.
Right, because this is a best of 7. So you still have so much wiggle room to improve and get better. And hey, we're seeing some text up there, so maybe we had a little bit of a tech issue. I don't know. That could be the case. But Franklin High, 12-0. What are they doing correctly besides just being professionals up there?
It's definitely a speed thing. I think when it comes to higher level, it could be how good you are at the things you're doing in the game, but I think it's speed overall. Like, personally, there's a lot of different game modes in Rocket League, and 3v3 is by far the most fast-paced, most perfect. You really have to, if you want to play at that high of a level, you really have to be perfect with everything you're doing, and you really have to keep that pace, because once things slow down, it could ruin everything that you're trying to do.
Well, speed, you heard it here, folks. Be fast. If not, then you're too slow. And that's what we're seeing Marshall currently struggle with. But round number 3 is quickly on its way. Nonetheless, they are going to go up against your school, whoever is the winner of this round. what is your advice for your school and the team that goes up against them?
I'd say my advice. I mean, I'm gonna be competing as well with it.
So watch
but
out for Julian. Okay.
I'd say my own advice to give to my team is, it's just a best of 5 now.
All right, so we have just gotten a little bit of information here, folks. We are running a little bit low on time, so we're gonna make this a best of 5. Nonetheless, Marshall still has a chance to bring it back and do a reverse sweep, which I'm always down for. I think that makes it extra spicy.
It definitely does. I think it definitely brings some surprise in, and it shows that there's definitely a spirit, that comeback spirit that can always arise in your teammates.
It's going to be a hard battle for Marshall. I mean, they have to take this one. If they don't take this one, we have to move on, and we will be hitting the grand final. Let's go back to the question, right? Yeah. What is your team going to have to do to either win, or what is your opponent going to be doing to beat you guys?
I think as a team, we just need to be confident in each other. Trust is a big thing. I mean, like I said, that speed, but you really have to trust how good your teammates are and trust that what they're doing is right, to be able to work as a team and definitely keep up that speed. And if they want to beat us, they're really going to have to put on some pressure, because we definitely struggle in the defensive area, but I'd say our offense is a really good leg up that we have.
Okay. That's a lot of information to give out there. You feel safe saying that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
They know exactly how we play. We've played them,
Fair.
like I said, 8 times. We're basically like rivals at this point. We know who they are. They know who we are.
Okay. Perfect. Now, you've played them 8 times, and each time you have lost. Yeah. What would it mean to beat them here at this event?
I mean, not only since this is our first real big LAN event, would it be amazing, but I think getting that, I'm very competitive, so getting that we won kind of feeling is just amazing to me. I think that would mean the world.
You heard it here from Julian with Chatsworth. But let's see what else. We got the lobby getting started. Let's go back to this event. This event, you've had a blast. We've had a blast. What did you think of the food?
I thought the food was great, actually.
Me too.
Like,
All right. Also, update to the match time as well. 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes. We're kicking it into overtime here. W key all the way. Maybe a little bit breaks in between, but nonetheless, we just need to get this flowing. So stay with us. It's going to get moving. It's going to be fast, and it's going to be Rocket League. If you had to describe Rocket League in 3 words, what would it be? Besides the one that we heard Tugboat say. Because he said soccer, flying cars, and something else that I forgot. I pay a lot of attention, I promise.
If you want to say, like, I'd probably have 2 ways to describe it. One would be hardest game ever, because I do think it's definitely the hardest game to pick up and play. And I think if I had to describe it in 1 word, I'd say dedication. It takes a lot of dedication to really put time into the game and play it for as many hours as these players have, as many hours as I have, as many hours as the middle school kids in the other room, or the players that have lost today. It definitely takes a lot of time. And I know for a lot of people in this tournament in general, there were some players that had never even played the game, but they were enthusiastic about it and they tried their best. And I think that's amazing. They even tried to really compete.
I love that you brought in our middle schools, because we haven't even talked about our middle schools, and I feel so terrible about that. So let's give them some love. Did you get to go check out their gameplay?
I did, actually.
Okay, tell me about it.
It was mostly just because our coach in general told us to go watch and see if there was anyone worth scouting to our team.
Okay. We're scouting here. You guys heard it.
But we did see a few good players. I mean, they're all kind of the same level, which is nice. I think when you're for the high school league, it's definitely like more of like a, did you just pick up the game now, or have you been playing since middle school and you have a lot more experience? You know what I mean? Since some of these teams, I'd say like the Pilots, if I had to estimate, they've probably been playing for around 3 years, maybe, some of their players. Franklin for definitely maybe over 5. So it definitely comes down to an experience kind of thing. Like for middle school, I don't think a lot of them would have a lot of experience in the game, but some of them definitely do.
Okay, so would you recommend for someone with you saying, hey, they've played this game a long time, does that mean that you are, in a way, being like, if you're just picking up the game, like, you're not going to be as great? Or are you saying, like,
no.
if you invest, there could be a potential?
I think, so the biggest thing is, it's not that if you just pick up the game that you can be bad. You can definitely improve very fast. It's just most of the time, people that have a lot of experience put in a lot of time, which, don't get me wrong, putting in a lot of time is definitely important, but it also depends on how you spend that time. Let's say a player with 5,000 hours. I know a lot of people that have 5,000 hours, they're barely like champion 1 in the game, which is really not that high of a rank. And there's people with maybe 1/4 the amount of hours of that and are higher ranked than that. It just depends on how you spend that time and how you practice, how you try to improve. Because some people are playing the game for fun, some people are actually trying to improve.
That makes sense. Yeah, be very specific and be strategical with your time. Let's talk about this event and what it means to you, right? As an athlete, as an esports athlete, having an event like this, because during my time, there was no event like this. Esports, you couldn't even dream of it. Educators, parents, superintendents supporting esports, you could dream about it. So what does it mean for you to be able to have the support not only of your parents, but LAUSD and like everyone here today?
I think it means a lot, especially because I know like it just brings me back to when we were first competing. When we were on our last game of last year for regional champions, we ended up winning that game, but it was because we had the support of some of the teachers from our school behind us. We had some students watching, and that just felt amazing to have them cheer us on when we were starting to win. So to hear like all these people here, especially earlier, chanting and like screaming and making us feel great when we were playing, that felt amazing. And I think that it means a lot, especially to have the support of our parents and family. That's a very important thing for players, because I feel like if they don't feel approval from their parents or don't have that support, it can really make it harder to try and compete.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I can only imagine having, I guess, growing up in the generation where the internet wasn't the biggest deal, and also parents were like, "Oh, you're playing video games? That's weird." It was a little bit more like I wanted to do it not in secret, but definitely not making it my main priority overall. So to have you guys here and to be able to showcase this is what matters the most. We are getting this game started. I know you guys are like, enough yapping, casters, get us game, or at least that's always what the chat says. But we are taking a little bit of time to get our players into a lobby. So let's take it to a break. And then once we are back, we're gonna get to the action. That was a quick break. We're back to the action. 3 minutes for this match, and this is for Franklin to shut out the Marshall.
I think it's definitely a different circumstance to see a game be only 3 minutes out of the usual 5, and especially the series to be changed mid-series. I've never really seen a length like that. But usually semifinals are definitely longer. But I understand the time crunch. We definitely have to
Yeah.
switch around.
Right. It's a little bit more, I guess, higher, quicker pace, more pressure to succeed.
Oh, of course. I mean, if I was in Marshall's position right now, I think I'd be extremely afraid. I'd be like, I just prepared myself to try and come back, you know, and like now they're cutting my time short.
Yeah, it could be a little frustrating for sure, nonetheless, and especially with 2 losses underneath your belt, it becomes that much more intense to deal with. But you have to. This is a position life has put you in, and you have to make the best of it. How do you find the best of it? And this, unfortunately, is not going to be the right answer for them.
I think definitely, especially in this situation, the big thing too is when you play the very high level teams. If you end up scoring a goal early or something, and you feel like you're really proud of yourself, you try to kind of keep that goal there. You try not to get scored on the whole game. So I guess in a way, if you end up scoring early in this situation and you're like Marshall, you'd be pretty happy because then you only have to defend for so long instead of, let's say, 5 minutes, which could definitely be longer and more vigorous.
That is a good point. What have you seen them improve on, though? I mean, we started off and we were talking about rotations, we were talking about ball control, we were talking about making sure that they were focusing also on the boost. So what have they improved from that number 1 match?
I've definitely seen that they're separating a little bit more. I'm not seeing them in the net together, which is a big thing. Well, right there, that one guy kind of just sped up behind his teammate, which is definitely not ideal, but he did let his teammate go, which is definitely shows signs of improvement as a team. And I'm also seeing Franklin kind of slowing down here. They're kind of just giving a little bit more space to their opponents. Either that or Marshall's gotten faster.
Yeah, maybe they took a page out of your notebook and said, all right, he said go fast, so if we go fast, we could definitely get control of the ball. We saw a little bit of a tap there, and it's going to be a rebound into the corner of Marshall.
Yeah, I'm seeing a good big pass there. Franklin's really kind of trying to take some possession. He's going to take it up the wall. This usually means a solo play, but you see his teammate up. Could be a pass, but it doesn't really follow through or anything. So Marshall's kind of following the ball, and he gets a flip reset. I did not expect that to come out of Marshall. That's definitely a very high-level mechanic that you'll see, like in a lot of high-level accounts. Oh, and he goes for an air dribble bump, which is also very high-level. I'm seeing they're pulling out all the stops this game, that's for sure. They're really trying to get that comeback, but they've got 13 seconds left on the clock, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep this going or be able to get to a game 5.
I was hopeful there for a second, and then I saw Franklin's a team there, and I was like, okay, fine, no. That will not be the case. And of course, with 10 seconds left, the ball just needs to drop to the ground, and that will secure that we will be seeing Franklin versus her team, Chatsworth. How do you feel about it? Can I get a cheer in the crowd for Franklin? There you go. Okay. I'm glad you're all still with me. I'm glad the lunch hasn't settled. The lunch kind of settled for me for a second, but I was like, nah, we got to get back in this. Julian,
Yeah.
you gave us a little bit tidbits of what to expect when your match is up, but I want you to look into that camera and speak some fighting words to your opponents.
We're gonna try and win. You know, we're gonna put our best effort, and hopefully we can beat you guys for once. Hopefully, I think it'll feel great. And if we lose, good game, and we'll run it back next time.
I love that. You're so nice. I could tell you don't have a mean bone in your body. But thank you so much for casting with me. What did you think? How did? Are you going to be casting more?
It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
That's for sure. New experience, and I definitely might try it another time.
I'm excited for you. You have a huge opportunity here. I hope we do this more often. This is for LAUSD. I think it's great that we are giving our students an opportunity not only to work with professionals like myself, but also just getting them the chance to be able to experience it, because you never know if you like it or not unless you are put into the situation. So I'm looking forward to seeing more maybe casting from you, Julian. I'm going to check out Chatsworth, and good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, we are going to actually be experiencing the middle school grand finals and then the high school grand finals. Oh, we're only going to see. Okay. We're just going to see the high school grand finals. I'm sorry. I got super excited. I was like, we're going to get both here? This is going to be so exciting. So without further ado, we're going to take a small break, and then you're going to get my co-caster and myself back in here for the grand final. So go take a break, grab some water, and we will see you soon.
All right. I hope everybody got their ticket punched. Now, we have a lot of prizes. So I'm going to go fast. All right? So I need everybody to take those tickets out. I want to see them tickets. Wave those tickets up in the air. Let me see them. There we go. There we go. All right. First up, we're going to do 5 tickets for Logitech. Thank you to the Logitech team. We have an Ultra Beam Streamlight. We have a couple of headsets. We have some headphones. We have a couple of gaming keyboards. All right? Here we go for the Logitech. (881) 847. 881-847. Come on up. It's going to be right up here. 812-088. 812-088. Come on up. It's going to be right here over to your right. Next raffle. 811-522. 811-522. Let me go deep. Next raffle. 811-387. 811-387. And here comes the 5th one for Logitech. 811-486. Young man over there who's just dying because he didn't get his number. Don't worry, we got tons. We got tons. All right. This next one is from MSI. Thank you, MSI. They've been here all day. We have hats and we have gaming bags. Let's go. 812134. 812134. Next one is 811. No running in the halls. 811-644. 811-644. 811-780. 811-780. 811-583. 811-583. Let me get in there. 811-905. All right. We hold on to your tickets. We have like 25, 30 more prizes, and we even have a gaming chair that's gonna come up to the end. So if you love to game and you wanna be comfortable, we have a gaming chair coming up. All right? All right. Are you ready for the high school competition? Man, these two teams, they've been dominating all day. First of all, from Franklin, the Panthers. And from Chatsworth High School, the Chancellors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's game on.
Hello and welcome back, Rocket League fans. The moment that you have all been waiting for is arrived. The grand finals here between the Franklin High squad, that's the Panthers, taking on the Chatsworth Chancellors. I'm FBI Tugboat. Here with me, as always, is Cute Noob. Cute Noob, you had a blast catching with Julian, right? That was his name?
Yes. Yeah.
He did a fantastic job.
He did so great. I was like, you can take my job if you want after this. All good. You seem like you're so comfortable. And I think it's because he has had the previous opportunity to be able to cast his team and their competitors as well. So it makes sense that they are comfortable doing it.
Yeah. And these are the kinds of opportunities that are afforded to your children after things like this and events like this, and you guys come out like this. It makes things like this possible. I'm very, very excited for it. I said at the beginning of our broadcast that everybody is going to get one, right? This stuff didn't exist when I was a kid. Darn it. I would have loved for this kind of stuff to have been possible, right? To have been able to game with more people than just like some of my brothers, some of my classmates and other people maybe across town a little bit. But that was it. There was nothing close to a high school club team, any of that.
Yeah, these kids are so lucky, and I think that they understand it. I mean, after talking with Julian, he expressed how appreciative he's of his coaches, his parents, and his teammates as well. After a lot of bonding time, it makes them really enjoy the game quite a lot.
Absolutely. Let's kick it on down to the game. Last best of 7 kicks off right now. If you are a Franklin fan, let me hear you in the stands. Franklin, there you go. There you go. And now, your Chatsworth Chancellors, if you are fans of the Chatsworth Chancellors, let's hear you in the stands, please.
Okay, we got a couple. Okay.
Alrighty, let's take it on down to the pitch, Cute Noob, and get this one started off. No scores on boards quite yet. We'll get game audio to you in just a second.
Yeah, and this is the two teams that we expected to meet here. Once upon a time, or several upon a times, they have met each other 8 times prior. This being the 9th time. And we're not surprised. Franklin already taking the lead with less than 50 seconds starting off in the mat. Chatsworth's got a lot of proof. They have played this team so many times. Julian expressed the fact that they just want to beat them once so that they could get the feeling of, yes, we did it. We have beat our longtime rivals. Is this going to be the time? That's what we're hoping for, at least if you're a Chatsworth fan.
Oh, absolutely. It's a longer series ahead of us, and one score is unlikely to determine it at all. Now, it's entirely possible, but as this goes on, opportunity down along the lower wing here as Chatsworth gives over possession down bottom, tries to stop this as it's waiting in the wings and just a little bit to the outside, and defense is going to cover it back up. We're going back to the middle of the pitch.
That was such a great defense here happening from Chatsworth, and they're trying to make their own play on their own. Unfortunately, the angle and the timing not quite there for them. Instead, they go reeling back into their court, waiting to reset. But Franklin keeping up the pressure. They are the team that you have to keep up with. Just like Julian said, their speed immaculate.
Absolutely, and then the undercanner's mini psycho right there as it hit is continued. The maintaining of momentum allows for a close shot, the closest Chatsworth shot so far in about 2 minutes of play, Cute Noob.
It's the longest that we have seen Franklin High take to score a goal. So far, Chatsworth's taking it forward. They're being just as aggressive as they are perceiving their opponents to be. The Panthers are keeping things just as intense. Another try once again from Chatsworth, and it's denied time after time.
Yeah, and as you can see here, when these boosts, or when these bars next to people's names fill up, that means they have a lot of boosts. Cute Noob, this is a great job of Chatsworth, just straight up starving Franklin High of boost so far across the middle. It's a passing play and a tied game, 7 seconds outside of halftime.
Such a beautiful pass there, just a dink and a half, and just like that, my teammates at the door slides it in and says, here's your receipt.
It's a team game, and they're going to take that receipt to the bank. Tied game right here, no advantage either squad in game one of possibly 7, Cute Noob, possibly 7. It would be a longer day at that point, but I would be here for it.
We're always excited to have a really hard-fought battle, especially with a team that has so much energy against each other, so much history, and you want that chapter to be closed and for a new score to come on in. Franklin, we know that Franklin takes every goal personal. Every single time. If they get scored on, we see one just as quickly. And indeed, Franklin, they are not going to allow Chatsworth to take the lead.
Yeah, and that is a really tough angle from that corner there, Cute Noob. The simple fact is you literally have like a couple of degrees to work that in there from that side. And that just goes, you were talking about it earlier, right? Thousands of hours of gameplay to get to that level. Trying to queue up another one. Chatsworth defense staying strong for right now. Not going to have the third goal that easily. A pass played to the middle, but it's weakly foisted. That's centered, and that's a third goal.
No one is home. Chatsworth getting a little bit too greedy, wanting to play the aggressive game.
Yes.
But when you do that, you leave your own goal open, and that gives the opportunity for Franklin, the Panthers, to pounce.
Yeah, and this is another example of the rotational positional plays and problems that we were talking about earlier as well. You want to send one player up, have them put it up against the backboard, maybe an even actual shot. These are higher levels, and it's not frequent that the first shot attempted in a series is going to be the one that ultimately goes in, right? But it's a team game. You have to trust your teammates to get there, and now Chatsworth, wait, this is a really dangerous backwards pass for Franklin. It's going to get past one. If it gets past a second, this is the beginning of something beautiful for the offense for Franklin High. Centered out, and a great job just escorting this ball all the way over. Got to get lower. Nope, it's top bar and not high enough for Chatsworth to finish that one out to put the second of theirs on the board.
Oh my goodness,
That'll be too high.
It's so intense. Everybody is trying their hardest. Okay, I was a little bit worried there for Chatsworth. I thought that there was going to be a little bit of miscommunication, but no, things are reset, a little touch here and there, and boost needs to be collected here.
They really do. Taking a demo on the way outside and back to your rotational position is not a terrible job for the Franklin offense, but they have to turn something of that into a passing player at a point. I mean, 2 scores down 45 seconds. This is not the time to just start playing against time. That's not centered either. That'll be wide right. And now foisted way off to the right side, and a little bit of breathing room here for Chatsworth.
Is there? I don't know. There is no breathing happening here.
Good call.
No breathing whatsoever. Franklin not letting any mistake go unnoticed. And although there was somebody there to block, sometimes all you need to do is jump.
Yeah.
You jump, and it's there.
That's true. It's kind of, again, it's the result of not making a quick enough decision, right? They're kind of sitting there, it's like, oh, well, I don't have a whole lot of boost. Do I wait and pick up more? Well, then just walking the dog all the way inside. That's going to be Franklin High with a 5th and a 4-score differential. This is another example of just taking advantage of mistakes.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that Julian said when he was here with me, standing in the casting booth, was the fact that sometimes they get a little bit nervous because not only are you guys just sitting here in the crowd looking at them and watching them play, but it's also not being used to the setup that you are in. So could be the good old case of, hey, I'm not used to this, and I'm also just adapting to what my opponents are bringing to the table.
The lights and the sounds, right? It's something else we've talked about all day long. It's been a big one, but it's a fantastic point to bring up. These are the kinds of competitions where your children get experience competing live. If they want to do this on the next level, it's going to be live every single time. 3, 2, and 1. This game 1 is over. It might be a 5-2, might be a 6-1, but the end result will be the same. Chatsworth, okay. Another second or so, but it's going to be a 5-1 regardless there as we take a look at the ones that matter most. That's the crowd.
Cheer to you. There you go. There's the crowd.
There you go.
Shout out to Franklin's. I want to say that they're the parents, but they have been phenomenal. They have been oohing. They have been eyeing. They have been chanting. They are the real MVPs for us, and they've been cheering us on too. So high five, Tug.
Yep, absolutely.
We're doing a great job too.
I know we got a principal over there. I know we got at least one mother over there. So it really is some dedication over there for the Panthers side. Love to see it. I know that there's some Chancellor support out there as well, just not seated as close as possible to us right now. So I know it's out there though. Looking at game number 2, this could have very easily ended out about a 3-1 scoreline, right? At a certain point, there's a Chatsworth who's just trying to put a little bit more into offense, neglect their defense as much because you're already behind, right? Loss of 3, loss of 5, loss of 10, loss of 1, all lost, all the same.
They are indeed, and it's the overly aggressiveness, the trying to play your opponent's game that I feel like is catching Chatsworth just a little bit off balance, maybe being a little bit more defensive like you claim, keeping one behind. Hey, yes, there is safety in numbers, but also you need to make sure that the ball doesn't go into your goal because otherwise that makes you lose.
But that's fair. That's fair. Deep analysis from Q-Tube here. Oh, another initial shot there. Franklin wasting no time, getting all of us on the edge of our seats.
I was a little bit confused. There was a goal attempt.
Oh, what a block.
The rejection happening once again. I'm going to need these teams to calm down because my heart can only take so much, okay? Let's slow down.
And we're old gamers. We're old gamers here. It's a little bit too many palpitations for my taste. But regardless, 30 seconds into this one so far, no scores on boards, but that is not for lack of trying. Chatsworth has not been able to find themselves in the offensive position so far, Cute Noob.
They have not, and that was a carry onto the ball, straight into the goalie. No one there, and Franklin already scores. They're on a timer. I feel like, I don't know, are we teaching these kids about timers? It's like 30 seconds, you gotta score. Next 30 seconds, you gotta score again. It's like, hold on.
Results. Yeah, nah, I hear you. It's like you said, alarms start going off. Franklin says, like, wait, hang on. We haven't paused and lined back up in a while, and there's a second. Fantastic stuff. It seems like it's happening so fast. Falling like rain it is from Franklin on high here in game number 2. It seems like they figured out whatever the issue was. Let's try and delve into that a little bit. Some of the mistakes that Chatsworth was making was not getting full-on clears, which is the same mistake that they saw in some of their previous matches, which resulted in a little bit closer games than I think they would have liked. This was also something where the passing plays. See, their defense has no issue right now, right? Like, there's certain situations where they literally, like, Franklin is just setting this up so well, there's no chance to defend against it whatsoever. But short passes in the middle part of the field, that's really what I want. If you want to get aerial with it, cool. But if you want to do it on the ground, that's fine, because Franklin has not been forced to block these out so far.
That is a good point to make, especially being that when I was talking to Julian, they stated that, hey, our defense is actually what needs to be worked on, but that's not what we're seeing here whatsoever.
Now, I hear you. Update here, folks. Just want to let you know, so there's no surprises. This will be a best of 3 as well, given there are buses and whatnot that need to be attended to, and students need to get where they're going. Well, we might see a little bit of extended series here, but just to be clear, once again, guys, it's a best of 3, so if Franklin High takes this will be it for the competition. Just want to give you guys an update based on what we absolutely have to do.
Yeah, we like gaming. We want to game all day, but unfortunately, we are racing ourselves against the clock. And that's tough, all right? We thought the students were already in a tough situation. Listen, we're trying to yap as much as we can about the game.
There you
guys
go.
As well. And Chatworth, they're trying to keep us here. They said, no, we're here for the long run. We want to go all the way. We want to make sure that you guys are satisfied. And so we appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. Chatsworth heard that and realized, hey, they might have a little bit less time to bring this one back from the brink. Now, how about a quick 2-piece here? No fries necessary to make this a tie ball game.
Whoa!
That's the crossbar sound you hear here, folks. As close as it gets for Franklin. These Panthers, the reaction time is there, but the accuracy, maybe a little bit of problems the past couple of shots.
Ooh, that was a good, nice little lob here. Chatworth, where's the team? Okay, we got that.
Okay, that looked real dangerous there for a second. You don't want to squat down here. You don't want to squat down. It looks real dangerous. That's another fantastic shot and an even better block. Gotta cover it up and does. No rebound play for you, my friend.
Oh, intensity at 100. Booth currently not in action for Chatsworth.
So that is such an incredible defense. That's a perfect example of something else that I can't do after playing this game for like 7 or 8 years. Demolitions everywhere, like they're driving over a minefield right now. Another shot attempted. The follow-up, but there's not a third player there. That's going to be a clear here from Franklin as they try and start. Nope.
No.
A shot across the bow. Chatsworth has taken the lead.
What is going on? Franklin getting beat at their own half court. You talked about it. Play the half court. And Chatsworth said, yes, we hear you, casters. Yep. Yes, we can do that. We are fully aware how to do that. And with that, they have taken the lead, and they may potentially try to keep it.
Yeah, they went another kickoff here. This is a real opportunity. The fullback had a position played there from the third player. I believe that was Marco. Trying to come in here, and they say the position is dead. Just like that, though, it's another tying factor from the Panthers. So the past couple of goals have happened not so much as like, oh my god, like intense pass right in the middle. It's just coming off of accuracy. They are, both teams so far, the past couple of scores have just like dissected their lines. Like they know, okay, this player's here and they're gonna be rotating. This player's here and they're gonna be trying to pick up boosts on the way, and the player in front is gonna try and take away position, right? Just classic rotational rules. But they're cutting it right through, like right in the middle of that, knowing that even if they have boots, they can't get there because they're hitting it so quickly. Gotta block it. Nicely done, they do.
We got a minute to breathe here. Let me take a breather here. Whew. Intensity, super high, especially being now that you get told, hey, there's only best of 3. You have to win this. If you don't, we're done. It adds just so much more. The mentality, I mean, hey, it's so crazy that I just spoke with Julian about that with the prior match as well. He's like, that's so hard. I have to like focus in after taking it out. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but hey, doing it, they are. Chatsworth, they're trying to find another goal to keep them in this series, and they do with that defense.
Methodical shot, methodical block. You gotta put on a little more mustard on the hot dog if you wanted those to go in there. Franklin high. That's the Panthers being forced to put a little bit more speed on top. A bouncing ball to the left side will be picked up by another one. That's inside in a fantastic block. Chatsworth just wants to keep us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah. There's a lot of breathing and panting over here, guys. I'm sorry, but that's just what's going on the court, okay? You guys need to hear my perfect reaction. Chatsworth, there was a rotation. There was a little bit of miscommunication, though, and you can see it when 2 players collide.
You can see it at that 62, I believe that's Caden, not 100% sure there for Chatsworth. Goes up for it, but again, it's one of those situations like we were just talking about, Q-Dude. Am I going left? Am I going right? Nope, I'm just gonna go right down the middle. You ducked left. That's gonna be a miss. Classic 60-second drill right here. This is literally what Rocket League this is like a drill that Rocket League players do every single day.
It's so crazy to know that there's drills for this. I mean, I would assume there's drills for soccer as well, so this is soccer in itself. So that makes total sense, but the pressure is fully locked and loaded. Chatsworth needs to get a goal, needs to secure that we go into OT, and needs to get a goal into that OT if they want to keep this going.
Great takeaway right there. Perhaps the beginning of something beautiful as a double tap comes from the side wall. Up and down we go. That'll be a little bit too far to the right, to the outside, and here comes a demo. That's centered. And that's probably that is the insurance goal purchased as the Panthers fans go wild in the crowd. 2-score differential, 20 seconds to go here, Cute Noob. What do they do for Chatsworth to bring this back from the brink?
5-second goal right here. Just 5 second. Lob it in.
That's actually possible here if they get it over. Okay, but now other Chatsworth players need to take this side of the field quickly. It's a burden time situation for Franklin. You have to take away possession. Back to the middle. It's low. Another one.
Oh, did you say that was insurance? This is like double insurance. Just in case.
This is the fine print at the bottom next to the asterisk that nobody reads. 3-goal differential here as Franklin has solidified. Hate to break the bubble, guys, but 6 seconds is not enough to score thrice.
No, it is not. The story was Chatsworth was trying to find revenge as the seconds dwindled down, but it is their ultimate Titan that takes them on once again. Franklin high. That's 9 wins over their ultimate rival.
Yeah, so the first game went 6-1 ultimately, guys. Once we boiled on all the numbers, very easily Cute Noob could have gone down to 3-1. The second game here ends up 6-3 as well. Well, how about this? Chatsworth was in the lead for about 2 minutes of that game. An absolutely electrifying grand finals. I got, except for more games, there's nothing more I could have asked for.
There isn't. This was such a great experience. I'm so excited for both teams. Obviously, they didn't get that couple of extra matches that they wanted, but hey, Franklin, They are a team to be beat. For any further ado, we do want to say a huge thank you to our parents, to LAUSD, to iDream. Who else?
There's a lot of people that make competitions just like this one possible. Obviously, to Landfest, our production staff, Cute Noob and I are just two fantastic casters screaming about esports over in a corner without our production staff, bringing you guys all of the action, all the video, and all the audio, of course. Want to give a big shout, of course, the Beehive, where we're at right now. Sola Beehive, a fantastic venue it has been that has allowed for this to physically take place as well. You said it, iDream, fantastic stuff. Miss Julie is running around here, and that is a titan of esports within her own right as well. Excuse me. Big shout out Newegg as well. They're putting on the speed building competition out there for PC, and I believe that PC has been given away there, Cute Noob. Big shout out to Keg and Devonta as well, our middle school casters. They're rocking it down there. They were going absolutely crazy over there in the side room. And I want to give a shout out to Hado as well as Fender and the music room. Did you see that music room?
I did not. I didn't get a chance to.
Beautiful, beautiful. And again, once again, there's a theme established here, folks. There's all things that go forth and allow for possibilities for your students to go forth and pursue esports goals, musical goals, learn more about life themselves, and as they grow as competitors, as people, as young men, as young women, and everything in between, okay?
Absolutely. And shout out to the parents and, of course, superintendent, district, everybody that's involved. We appreciate you. And thank you so much for hearing us yap for all this time. We had a great time talking to you, and we had a great time talking about Rocket League.
Yes, we did. Absolutely fantastic time. For now, though, FBI Tugboat Cute Noob, we will catch you on the flip side. Thanks for watching.
All right, everybody, give it up for Chatsworth. Great fight. And they gave the Panthers from Franklin. Give it up to our champions from Game On, the Panthers. Give it up for them. All right, we want to do a couple things real quick. We want to do some more raffles. Throw your raffles in the air. Wait, no, don't throw them in the air, but just show me your raffle tickets, everybody. You ready? We're going to do a few more. 811-499. 811-331. 811-534. And we'll do one more. 812-030. All right, let's do two more. How about that? Why not? 812-074. 812-074. And 811-394. Okay. All right. Next up, I want to introduce one of our biggest supporters and one of the folks that has really
Jesse here.
Hold on.
All right, everybody. I just heard that the middle schoolers are still battling it out next door. So we're going to proceed with our award ceremony, but we have a couple of things to do beforehand. As I was saying, this man needs no introduction. He is a champion of innovation. He's also been very supportive of esports from the very get-go. He is our Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations, Pedro Salcido. Give it up for Pedro!
Thank you. All right. How's everybody feeling? I have to say this is one of the most exciting events I've attended in LA Unified. Our first annual esports tournament and competition. You all are history makers. Can I get a round of applause? All right. Wanted just the opportunity to thank everyone that's here today. Our partners from SOLA to a number of different vendors and I would say long-standing partners of LA Unified have kind of united to support our students, to meet the demand that our students want to see in their classroom at their school site, and where it actually focuses on making sure that LA Unified is setting the stage for a competition and environment that I would say is very unique to LA Unified. And so with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the esports investments and competition, as well as participating in our iDream experience in LA Unified. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand it back off to Youssef because I just want to get to handing the trophy.
Let's do it, Pedro. Also, another gentleman I want to introduce, Trenton Cornelius, who is the head of athletics here in LA Unified. Say hi, Trenton.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was an amazing event. Congratulations to all those kids.
Thank you. And these two fine gentlemen. And I think Jesse. Hey, Jesse, why don't you come back up? I love Jesse's energy, and he's gonna be the new he's gonna replace me next year. So if I could have you guys kind of stand over here by Pedro, we're gonna help you guys give out the trophies. There are 2 trophies here, one for middle school and one for high school. Now, Sohail, come on up. Our Chief Information Officer, Sohail. Come on up, Sohail. All right. Sohail, just say a word or two.
Just word or two. Guys, if you want to see the same event next year, when you get back to home, to a school, everywhere, hashtag iDream, hashtag LAUSD eSport.
Thank you. Let's do it. Okay. I asked Sohail for 2 turntables and a microphone, but he gave me 2 microphones. All right. Let's have the high school champions come up, introducing Mr. Ma, who is the champion for the Panthers coming out of Franklin. So we have 2 trophies actually. So we have one trophy that is kind of like the Stanley Cup that will perpetually go on from one to the other, from one school to the other, and one for you guys to keep in your case. So Mr. Ma and team, come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Game On 2025 High School Champions of the World, the Panthers from Franklin. Give it up. Give it up one more time.
Leaderboard. I was just saying they're the inaugural champions of our esports competition. So they're at the top of the leaderboard for the next year. So for everybody else that's out there, you got a competition to beat. Congratulations, guys.
All right, congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Can I invite the principal from Franklin? The principal from Franklin, please come on up. She is here. Brand new principal, 7 months in, extremely supportive of her Panthers. Stand right here next to Mr. Salcido. Great job, guys. Great job. The teamwork that this team displayed today was absolutely incredible. Hold those raffle tickets. We still have more numbers to call. All right, here we go. More raffle tickets. You ready?
8, 1, 2, 0, 3, 2.
All right, Jesse, nice and loud.
All right, the next raffle ticket is 811850. Do we have a winner?
All right, next up is Trenton.
Next raffle, 811710.
Next one is 817010. 817010.
Next up is 812067.
Next up, 811541. Yeah.
All right, next up is 811525.
McClay? All right, McClay won it. Yeah. All right. Should I do this last one? All right. Next one is 811421.
Next up is 811427.
Next number, 812180.
Next up is 811335.
Yeah.
Alrighty, next one, 811692.
We now have 811642.
We're getting so many winners. Hey, make sure you're checking your tabs. All right, next one, 811324.
The next one, 811739.
Oh, two more? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Next, we have 811354.
Next up, 811695.
The next one, 811677.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update. In just now, the middle school winner, the McClay Lions have won the middle school competition. They will be up here just shortly. I do want to announce something very, very big. Middle schoolers, high schoolers, I know you want this. You haven't been able to get it, but it's gonna come soon. What am I talking about? What is coming soon? I am happy to announce that coming soon to LAUSD Esports is Marvel Rivals! Let me hear it for Marvel Rivals! Oh, you want it. You want it, and we're going to give it to you. All right. Let's get McClay up here. Where's McClay? Oh, this is McClay? All right. Where's the coach? McClay? Hi, what's your name?
George Felix.
George Felix?
Yes, sir.
From McClay. All right. Ian? All right. All right. Our middle school champions, led by Coach Felix, the McClay Lions. Come on up, team. We also want to recognize our principal who's here today, Principal Guillen. Congratulations to the McClay Lions. Give it up, McClay Lions!
I'm gonna come to the back.
All right, McClay, if you could go ahead. We have a staging area to your right where you guys could take pictures, backdrops. I see the Panthers are still there, so maybe you could do a middle school, high school photo right there. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 prizes. They are the big ones. We have 3 prizes left. They're the big ones. Get your raffle ticket ready. This is for a MakerBot, a $50 GameStop gift card. $50 GameStop gift card from MakerBot. It is 812-107. 812-107. The next one is a $100 gift card from Newegg. Thank you to Newegg. $100 gift card. 811391. 811391. Last but not least, when you game, you want to be comfortable. This is a gaming chair. Compliments of Spectrum. Gaming chair. Compliments of Spectrum. 817014. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program for today. Thank you so much for being a part of history, for supporting our students, and for the love that you have for esports. Good night. Drive safe. Your buses will be out there to meet you. Thank you all. Yeah! Throw your hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care.